Chapter 1387. Just as Yang Zhouxiao and the flame spirit coffin entered the space beneath the lava lake and were excited to see the treasures left behind by the Luan Daoist, a loud noise suddenly came from above their heads, and the entire space began to tremble. "Grandfather." The flame spirit coffin's expression changed, and he said anxiously, "What are you panicking about?" Yang Zhouxiao seemed to be reprimanding Lu Tianping, but his expression was also solemn as he said, "How bold of him. He still wants to chase after us at this time. I wonder if it's Lu Tianping himself or someone else he brought with him." Him? How can it be? The lava lake is connected to the entire Scarlet Mist Island's fire vein. Even grandfather had to go through a lot of trouble to enter. This person is just a great practitioner, and he practices water-based techniques that are restrained by the Scarlet Mist Island. How can he pass through the lava lake? A look of suspicion flashed across Yang Zhouxiao's face, but he still said, "A mere great practitioner? This person fought with the old man before and retreated easily. This great practitioner is someone that even the old man can't do anything to. How dare you look at him like a normal late Dharma adept?" However, this person was able to withstand the burning of the fire vein and pass through the lava lake. He must have some extraordinary treasures on him. This space will soon be discovered by him, so prepare for battle. The flame spirit coffin glanced towards the distance with a greedy expression, and then it said, "Grandfather, Lu Tianping has entered the abode and appeared somewhere. In any case, we're going to fight him, so why don't we take those treasures first?" Yang Zhouxiao snorted coldly, seemingly dissatisfied with the flame spirit coffin's question. He said, "My grandson is so blind. How can you not see that these things are all sealed by restrictive spells? Since this is the Luan Daoist's inheritance, then these restrictive spells must have been set by the Luan Daoist himself. Although I am a pure yang body, it is extremely difficult to break the restrictive spells set by the seventh patriarch of heaven splitting. However, if I force it, I'm afraid that the treasures inside will be damaged. It's better to deal with the water sword immortal first, and then we can break the restrictive spells." The flame spirit coffin's expression was ferocious as he said, "Grandfather, this time, we must make sure that Lu Tianping doesn't return. Otherwise, if we wait for the news of the Luan Daoist's inheritance to leak, we will be in big trouble." Yang Zhouxiao snorted coldly, and his expression immediately darkened. Yang Zhouxiao's guess was somewhat reliable. Although Lu Ping's level of cultivation far surpassed that of other practitioners of the same level, the skills that he practiced were greatly restricted in this place, so it would not be easy for him to pass through the lava lake. However, at this time, the Qingming River in Lu Ping's hand had not been completely used up in his cultivation. Although this lava lake was where the fire vein of the entire Scarlet Mist Island converged, Lu Ping did not intend to use the Qingming River to fight against the entire fire vein. He only wanted to temporarily open up a path through the lava lake. Although Lu Ping's level of cultivation had reached the threshold of the late Dharma stage so quickly because he had borrowed the power of the Qingming River's water vein, he had only used up a little more than a third of it. After advancing to the late Dharma stage, Lu Ping had secluded himself in Failing Island for close to 3 years. Although he had also refined the water vein to cultivate, with the help of the spirit vein of Failing Mountain, the consumption of the water vein had been greatly reduced. Now, there was still a third of the water vein left. It was precisely because of the help of the water vein that Lu Ping temporarily had the ability to pass through the lava lake's water vein. When Lu Ping jumped from the whirlpool of the lava lake into the rainbow light that had revealed itself, the swirling lava on both sides had already begun to recede. The rainbow light was obviously a space matrix that could be used to block the erosion of the lava. Just as Lu Ping freed one hand to take out a rainbow light, he saw that the Luan Daoist handkerchief that was wrapped in a feather in his other hand suddenly emitted a rainbow light as well. This rainbow light was exactly the same as the light emitted by the space matrix in front of him, and they even seemed to be resonating with each other. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, thinking that it was the feather that had such a miraculous effect. Unexpectedly, when he opened the handkerchief, he saw that not only was the Luan Daoist feather shining, but even the handkerchief was also shining brightly. There were 2 crystal clear water droplets in the handkerchief that looked like they were about to fall out of the handkerchief. Lu Ping knew that these two crystal-clear water droplets that had soaked into the handkerchief were Luan Daoist's tears. Originally, there had been 3 teardrops in the handkerchief, but one of them had been used by Lu Qin'er. In addition to these 2 teardrops, the phoenix embroidered in the bottom right corner of the handkerchief was also shining with a rainbow light. It was so vivid that it looked like it was about to fly out of the handkerchief. At this time, Lu Ping had already rushed into the rainbow light, and he felt a strong resistance from the space. Lu Ping thought for a moment, then put away the rainbow restriction-breaking talisman that he had just taken out, and immediately slashed the feather in front of him. The rainbow light that had originally covered Lu Ping's eyes was suddenly like a curtain that had been cut apart by the feather, revealing the true face behind the rainbow light. Lu Ping stepped into it, and the 2 sword lights flew into it before the rainbow light closed up behind him. Then the magma lake instantly closed up, and the falling magma made a loud roar, stirring up lava waves that were dozens of feet high on the surface of the lake. Even after Lu Ping stepped into the rainbow light, the space behind him also made a loud roar. It was a grotto heaven that wasn't too vast. Lu Ping's divine sense instantly swept out, and it almost filled half of the grotto heaven. Yang Zhouxiao was indeed inside, and the person beside him was also very familiar to Lu Ping. It was the flame spirit coffin that had once joined forces to resist Mara's army on the East Sea's illusory spirit island. However, the moment Lu Ping discovered the grandfather and grandson duo, they suddenly left the range of Lu Ping's divine sense. They didn't hide, and in an instant, they had already left the range of Lu Ping's divine sense. Obviously, when Lu Ping discovered them, Yang Zhouxiao had also discovered Lu Ping's location. Although Lu Ping was conceited, he wasn't so arrogant as to think that he could make a pure yang cultivator flee at the mere sight of him. Lu Ping was stunned, and only then did he remember this grotto heaven, and his heart immediately burned with passion. Yang Zhouxiao's grandfather valued this grotto heaven so much, and when he thought of all his previous guesses, could it be that this grotto heaven was really related to the Luan Daoist? Or could it be that it was one of the Luan Daoist's treasures? When he thought of the Luan Daoist's treasures, even a figure like Lu Ping found it hard to maintain his composure for a moment. However, he quickly dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart. He knew that this grotto heaven was still filled with danger. The method that Yang Zhouxiao had used to escape Lu Ping's divine sense just now had greatly terrified Lu Ping. If he used it to launch a sneak attack, Lu Ping wasn't confident that he could withstand it. At the same time, on the other side of the grotto heaven, the flame spirit coffin was flying away after his grandfather. Looking at his grandfather's gloomy face, the flame spirit coffin couldn't help but ask, "Grandfather, didn't we want to fight with Lu Qianping just now and deal with him first? Why did we?" Yang Zhouxiao's face darkened, and an imperceptible blush flashed across his face. He said angrily, "What do you know?" This Lu Qianping hid his strength so well that even the old man was almost fooled by him. This person didn't conceal his divine sense just now, so you should have sensed it as well. That level of divine sense could instantly sweep a radius of over 100 miles. This is not the level of divine sense that a late Dharma adept should have. Even the old man is far inferior to him. What? That's impossible. The flame spirit coffin exclaimed. Grandfather, are you saying that this Lu Qianping has been hiding his level of cultivation all this time and that he is now a pure yang adept? Yang Zhouxiao seemed to be a little hesitant, but he still said, not only his level of cultivation, but also the strong aura that was displayed when his divine sense came into contact with the old man just now. That strong pure yang aura is not something that an ordinary great adept can condense. It is almost comparable to an existence of a pure yang adept. Even when Xiao Baiyu advanced to the late Dharma stage, the pure yang aura on his body was not as strong as this person's. At the mention of Xiao Baiyu, even the flame spirit coffin's eyes flashed with fear. That was an existence that could kill a pure yang adept at the late Dharma stage. Could it be that Lu Qianping was even stronger than Xiao Baiyu? No wonder grandfather had fled, yes, avoided the battle. At this time, Yang Zhouxiao slowed down his escape technique and said, "Strange, why hasn't that Lu Qianping caught up with us? Although the space in this cave is unusually sturdy, it is also extremely narrow. If that Lu Qianping has made up his mind to make things difficult for the old man, It will not be easy for us to avoid him. The flame spirit coffin said softly, could it be that Lu Tianping has entered this place because he has been attracted by the hidden treasures of the Luan Daoist and wants to snatch as many treasures as possible before we do? Yang Zhouxiao thought for a moment, then nodded and said, that should be the case. Then, he chuckled coldly and said, in the end, he was born in the barren lands of the North Sea. When he sees treasures, he doesn't care about anything else. We should also speed up and take control of as many treasures as possible before he does. Then, we will settle the score with him in the end. The flame spirit coffin sneered and said, I'm just afraid that he will run away when the time comes. Yang Zhouxiao laughed but didn't say anything. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart other than himself. However, the flame spirit coffin's eyes quickly lit up. He pointed at a 7-colored ray of light that was over 300 meters away and said, Grandfather, look over there. A 7-colored talisman had already appeared in Yang Zhouxiao's palm. His eyes shone with excitement. The 7-colored talisman had already turned into a streak of light and flew into the 7-colored ray of light in front of him. The flame spirit coffin sighed in admiration and said, a 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman. Grandfather actually has such an item. This time, all of the Luan Daoist's treasures will definitely fall into the hands of our Fire Phoenix race. Yang Zhouxiao said proudly. Fortunately, the old man had prepared ahead of time and paid a huge price to exchange for 5 7-colored restriction-breaking talismans from the Crystal Palace. Otherwise, it would have taken us a lot of effort to break these restrictions this time. Although the 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman was said to be able to break all restrictions and formations in the world, in reality, it depended on how powerful the restriction formation was. If the restriction formation was too powerful, the 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman could only weaken it and not break it on the spot. What's more, this place was the Luan Daoist's treasures. It was extremely likely that these restrictions were created by the Luan Daoist, so it would be far too easy to break them with a single restriction-breaking talisman. Of course, if several restriction-breaking talismans were used in combination, it might not be impossible to break them easily. However, Yang Zhouxiao only had a total of 5 7-colored restriction-breaking talismans on him, and he had only obtained them from the Crystal Palace after going through a lot of trouble. Naturally, he wouldn't use up all of them in one place. As expected, Yang Zhouxiao had made ample preparations for the Luan Daoist's treasures. After suppressing this restriction with another 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman, his hands moved like butterflies, forming 7 to 8 different types of restriction-breaking hand seals in quick succession. One after another, they landed on the restriction, continuously weakening it. Although the 7-colored light flickered, it wasn't very intense. Through the light, one could still see that there was a flickering feather imprisoned within the restriction. The flame spirit coffin's eyes lit up, and he said, this is the Luan Daoist's natal plume feather. It's exactly the same as the 2 our clan's cultivators obtained on Scarlet Mist Island. Yang Zhouxiao nodded and said, that's right. The Luan clan can only condense 3 natal plume feathers at most. Only those who have reached the 9th grade gold core can carve 3 supreme divine abilities on top of their 3 natal plume feathers to form their natal arts. Legend has it that Lord Ancestor was able to condense 7 natal plume feathers and control 7 supreme divine abilities. These 7 supreme divine abilities are extraordinary. They are genuine heaven-splitting divine abilities. If we can get our hands on them, not even the Emerald Sea Spirit Serpent clan will be able to act arrogantly in front of us when Daoist Luan unleashes all 7 of them. Now that Scarlet Mist Island has surfaced from the sea, it must be because the restriction on the inheritance has loosened. Before this, 3 of the plume feathers were actually taken out of the inheritance during the volcanic eruption. Fortunately, Lord Ancestor had already guessed this, so our clan's cultivators never relaxed their investigation of Scarlet Mist Island. That's why we found 2 of the plume feathers. Unfortunately, that Junling actually injured our clan's cultivators and took the 3rd one. There should be 4 more feathers in the inheritance right now. Yang Zhouxiao sneered and said, so what if Junling obtained one of the plume feathers? This plume feather contains the protection of the Luan Daoist's will. If one isn't a direct descendant of the Luan Daoist, One must first obtain the acknowledgement of the will of the Luan Daoist in order to comprehend the heaven-splitting divine ability contained within, or directly suppress the will of the Luan Daoist and forcefully activate the heaven-splitting divine ability within. The former is fine. Human cultivators have impure bloodlines, so it's not impossible for them to obtain the acknowledgement of the will of the Luan Daoist, but it's extremely difficult. As for the latter, although it's only a fragment of the will of the Luan Daoist sealed inside, I'm afraid only those old monsters in the present world can suppress it. This isn't something those crushed stones in the Dao altar world can compare to. Just as Yang Zhouxiao and Yang Zhouxiao were doing their best to break the restrictions of the inheritance, the two treasures in Lu Ping's hands, the rainbow plume feather and the Luan Daoist handkerchief, both flew out from Lu Ping's hands. Under Lu Ping's astonished gaze, the two treasures seemed to sense something and flew in two different directions, trying to escape from Lu Ping's control. Naturally, Lu Ping wouldn't let these two treasures escape. However, Lu Ping still used his divine sense to control his true essence to form an imprisonment space in a radius of 100 feet in front of him. Once the two treasures had flown out 100 feet, it was enough for Lu Ping to determine the direction in which they were trying to escape. The direction in which the rainbow plume flew did not attract Lu Ping's attention. On the contrary, Lu Ping's attention was drawn to the Luan Daoist handkerchief in another direction. This Luan Daoist handkerchief contained Zhao Daren's handkerchief. From this handkerchief, Lu Ping had comprehended the sword of opening the heavens: fight, kill, and die. At this moment, this paragraph of Zhao Daren's handkerchief flashed continuously on the handkerchief. What surprised Lu Ping even more was that when Zhao Daren's handkerchief began to flash, Lu Ping seemed to sense a very strong divine sense. This kind of feeling was very familiar to Lu Ping. Therefore, when Lu Ping was still a core forging stage cultivator, he had a similar feeling in the sacred fallen lake at the source of the river in the western wilderness. However, this feeling was stronger for Lu Ping now. In the sacred fallen lake, the mysterious feeling that came from the bloodline of Lu Ping allowed Lu Ping to obtain the horn that Zhao Daoren had left there. At this time, the horn had been carved by Lu Ping's own true essence into the sword of the real spirit. Now, it had accompanied Lu Ping through the second thunder tribulation and became a second tribulation spiritual treasure. Now this kind of feeling was even stronger and more direct. Could it be that there was a treasure comparable to Zhao Daren's horn in this grotto heaven space? At this time, Lu Ping couldn't care less about Luan Daoist's relic. For Lu Ping, Zhao Daoren was much more important than Luan Daoist. Moreover, this space was vast. It seemed that Luan Daoist's relic was not only in one place. Since he had to search one place by one, Lu Ping naturally had to find the hidden relic that was related to Zhao Daoren. At this time, Lu Ping suddenly moved his mind. The sword of the real spirit, Mo Li, suddenly flashed out from behind Lu Ping. Her eyes were a little blurred as she looked into the distance of the grotto heaven. It was the same direction that the handkerchief wanted to fly to. After crossing the second thunder tribulation with Lu Ping and becoming a second tribulation spiritual treasure, Mo Li, who originally looked like a 12 or 13-year-old girl, seemed to have grown a lot. She looked about 14 or 15 years old, but her expression had become more and more indifferent. Lu Ping's heart moved, and he asked, "Mo Li, did you find anything?" Mo Li nodded and pointed in the direction that the handkerchief was flying in. "There seems to be something that is closely related to me. I want to go there and take a look." Lu Ping thought for a moment, and the quintessential essence in his body evolved. A stream of water vapor condensed into a rope. One end was tied to a corner of the handkerchief, and the other end was connected to Lu Ping's finger. Although the water rope was small, it was formed by Lu Ping's water control art. With Lu Ping's current cultivation base, the water rope's tenacity was comparable to that of metal. Lu Ping held this water rope like he was flying a kite. He let the handkerchief fly into the depths of the grotto heaven, and Lu Ping chased after the handkerchief. In one breath, Lu Ping followed the handkerchief for a few dozen miles. In the central plains, Lu Ping even came across a place shrouded in colorful light. Although the light shrouded the item inside, even his divine sense couldn't detect it. But this place was obviously a treasure that was imprisoned in a powerful seal. However, Lu Ping only hesitated for a moment before he gave up and left. Chapter 1388. Yang Zhouxiao excitedly suppressed the 3-foot-long tail feather that had flown out of the rainbow restriction. Beside him, the flame spirit coffin said excitedly, "Grandfather, we've already obtained 3 of the Luan Daoist's natal tail feathers." Yang Zhouxiao put away the tail feather and maintained a calm expression. He said, "There are still 3 more tail feathers in this grotto heaven. Lu Tianping won't return empty-handed. It looks like we'll have to speed up." After a pause, Yang Zhouxiao turned to the flame spirit coffin beside him and said, "You have to get through your second lightning tribulation as soon as possible. If you can't obtain the acknowledgement of the Luan Daoist's will from the very beginning, you'll have to wait until you've advanced to the late Dharma stage before you'll be able to comprehend it." Although Lu Ping saw a place covered in rainbow restrictions along the way, he gritted his teeth and gave up in the end. He continued to fly in the direction that the Luan Daoist's handkerchief had drifted in. At the same time, he could feel that the bloodline within his body was becoming more and more sensitive to this mysterious feeling. The curiosity in Lu Ping's heart grew stronger and stronger. What exactly was this thing that could trigger Jiao Daren's handkerchief, the sword of the true spirit Mo Li, and the mysterious feeling in Lu Ping's bloodline? The handkerchief was being pulled by Lu Ping like a kite, but it suddenly made a turn in the air. Lu Ping was slightly taken aback when he saw that the handkerchief had indeed stopped moving. Instead, it made another turn in the air. Lu Ping could feel that the feeling in his bloodline seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The handkerchief that had lost its direction seemed to be telling him that the bloodline was sensing the item was right here, but there was clearly nothing in front of him. Spatial ability. Lu Ping's first reaction was that the treasure was definitely hidden somewhere in the void here. However, this was only a grotto heaven that barely existed. It wasn't a small kiliachasm like the Tao Altar's world. If he was in a spirit space, it might be very difficult to use the space divine ability again and open up the void in front of him, but it was not impossible. With Lu Ping's current cultivation strength, he thought he could do it. However, the spatial grotto heaven in front of him was far less stable than the space of a minor kiliachasm. It was already extremely difficult to barely use spatial abilities, not to mention that he had to open up another space in this spatial grotto heaven and embed it into this grotto heaven. Only a person like the Luan Daoist, the 7th patriarch of the Heaven Opening sect, could achieve such a magical realm. However, it was extremely tricky for Lu Ping at this moment. Although it was much easier to break the chain of caves than to use this kind of divine sense, it was, after all, for the person who used this kind of divine sense. For Lu Ping, it was obviously a troublesome thing. It was not a big deal if the embedded space and the treasures hidden inside were lost. However, if it affected the cave and even caused the cave to collapse, it would not be a joke. The cave was like a magma lake. This is really a bit tricky. Lu Ping's divine sense was compressed to a radius of 300 feet, hoping to find some clues within the range of the handkerchief. In fact, Lu Ping did find that the void in front of him was quite strange. However, it was extremely difficult for Lu Ping to easily open this hidden space, because Lu Ping had found that this hidden space had formed a subtle connection with the cave. This was the method Lu Ping used to crack it. If there was a slight mistake, it was very likely to cause the entire cave to shake. Lu Ping carefully tried several kinds of space divine sense, but none of them worked. On the contrary, it almost caused the entire cave to shake. Lu Ping was so scared that he had to give up trying. What should he do? In the process of trying to open this hidden space, although Lu Ping did not succeed, he also opened up a few space cracks several times. Every time a space crack was opened, Lu Ping could clearly feel that the reaction from the divine sense would immediately strengthen. The Dharma form in the core space would also become more and more impatient and active. After several fruitless attempts, Lu Ping simply summoned Halved Praying Mantis and asked, "Are you confident?" Praying Mantis replied proudly, "Of course I'm confident. It's just that our methods have always been direct, and you can't sense the location of the treasure hidden in the space. If we cut it like this, we can break the space without affecting the heavenly abode, but don't blame us if the treasure hidden inside is damaged as well." Although a trace of reluctance flashed across Lu Ping's face, he still said, "If we open it, we might still be able to get something. If we can't open it, we won't even know what's inside. Praying Mantis thought about it and also said, this hidden space was supplemented by a space prohibition. You have the rainbow restriction breaking talisman in your hand. Although it is not very useful against such a high-level space prohibition, it can more or less weaken it. In this way, we can also use less strength. If the things inside are strong enough, even if they are cut, they can still be preserved. Lu Ping thought about it and agreed. He also took out a shining rainbow talisman in his hand and stuck it in the space in front of him, where his divine sense had previously detected a crack. After Lu Ping's cultivation had advanced to the late Dharma stage, his talisman-making skills had improved. In addition, Lu Ping had personally heard the mantra of making the rainbow restriction-breaking talisman in the Tao altar world. This made Lu Ping's improvement in making restriction-breaking talismans far exceed that of making other talismans after he advanced to the late Dharma stage. Originally, Lu Ping could only make 6-color restriction-breaking talismans, and the success rate was not high. However, after he came out of seclusion on Fei Ling Island, he could already make 7-color restriction-breaking talismans, which represented the highest level of restriction-breaking talisman. Although the success rate was still very low, Lu Ping had prepared a lot of precious talisman papers for this. Although he had wasted a lot of them, he still had a few 7-color restriction-breaking talismans in his hands. In addition, he still had a few 7-color restriction-breaking talismans that Tian Shui Laozu had given him. Now, the number of 7-color restriction-breaking talismans in Lu Ping's hands was not small. Using 1 or 2 talismans was not a big deal to him. After the 7-color restriction-breaking talismans flashed, there was a sudden disturbance in the empty space. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. He stretched out both his hands, and a huge purplish-gold pair of scissors appeared in each of his hands. A dragon's roar sounded from within Lu Ping's body. 2 waves of thick purplish-blue inner yuan flowed into the pure yang spiritual treasures along his arms. As the thick inner yuan was too vigorous, it even caused a faint layer of purplish-blue mist to appear around Lu Ping's arms. Clang! Pulling his arms outwards, the blades of the pure yang spiritual treasures immediately opened up. 2 purplish-gold blade lights pierced through the space in front of him from the left and right. After that, Lu Ping's arms abruptly closed up. Another clang sound was heard. The blades of the scissors closed up, and the space in front of him trembled. After that, a ding sound was heard. The blade lights from the scissors seemed to have cut something. Lu Ping's expression changed. He hurriedly dispersed the surging inner yuan in his arms and released the scissors in his hands. After that, the space in front of him was like a piece of cloth that had been torn apart, revealing a small space behind it. Lu Ping's face lit up with joy. He saw a half-foot-tall purple jade essence bottle in the small space. The surface of the bottle was densely engraved with runic patterns, and there were wisps of spiritual qi flowing around the runic patterns. Then, the broken runic patterns at the bottle's mouth dissipated into the air. Along with the spiritual qi, there was also a faint blood mist. At the mouth of the bottle, the original slender bottleneck was missing half at this time. It was obviously cut by the scissors, and the remaining small half of the bottleneck and the bottle stopper had fallen to the ground at the moment when the space was broken. After the pocket dimension was opened by the pure yang spirit treasure, it showed signs of collapsing. Lu Ping reacted quickly and snatched the jade bottle from the pocket dimension. Then, the small pocket dimension in the grotto heaven shattered into pieces and disappeared from the grotto heaven. Lu Ping took a few steps back, avoiding the turbulence caused by the collapse of the space. Only then did he focus his attention on the jade bottle in his hand. Lu Ping's expression immediately changed. Just when Lu Ping lowered his head to look into the jade bottle, there was a trace of light red mist in the cut mouth of the bottle, together with the spirit that dissipated from the bottle, into Lu Ping's abdomen. Then, Lu Ping's heart beat fiercely like a drum. Dong! Dong! The blood in his body burst out in an instant like a flood, and from Lu Ping's body came a sound like a surging river. In the suspended sea in the core space, the Dharma form of the dragon was tossing up and down excitedly. If it were not for Lu Ping's efforts to suppress it, it would have even flown up from behind Lu Ping on the auspicious cloud. When Lu Ping looked down, more than half of the jade bottle was shimmering with a special luster of blood-red liquid. As Lu Ping shook it gently, there was even a trace of blood mist dissipating. This was simply blood, the essence blood of a flood dragon, and in this instant, although Lu Ping did not have any reason, he was sure that this was not only blood, but definitely the pure essence blood of a flood dragon, the essence blood left behind by Jiao Daoren. It was because this was the essence blood of the flood dragon left behind by Jiao Daoren that it triggered such a strong reaction from Jiao Daoren's handwriting on the handkerchief. It made the sword of true spirit inexplicably excited, and caused a mysterious reaction from Lu Ping's own blood. Lu Ping had only inhaled the blood mist that escaped from the jade bottle, and his bloodline had already reacted so strongly. If he could refine the entire bottle of Jiao Dragon's blood essence into his bloodline, what kind of realm would he reach? The excited thought flashed in Lu Ping's mind, and then he was horrified. At this time, the jade bottle's bottleneck had been cut open, and the blood mist inside was constantly dissipating. The seals that Lu Ping had casually placed before were actually unable to stop the dissipation of the blood mist. Lu Ping grabbed the cut mouth of the bottle on the ground and tried to connect the broken rune lines. However, this was obviously not successful, and it still could not stop the blood mist from dissipating. Chapter 1389. Because the jade bottle was damaged, the glyphs engraved on the bottle made it impossible for Lu Ping to suppress the flood dragon's blood essence from dispersing. This caused Lu Ping to be at a loss for what to do. He could only desperately absorb the dissipating blood mist into his stomach while circulating the dragon soaring star river technique to refine the blood mist into his blood vessels. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Lu Ping was extremely anxious. What should he do? Naturally, he couldn't just watch the flood dragon's blood essence dissipate into a blood mist. However, he didn't have any methods to stop the blood mist from dispersing. Could it be that he had to refine the flood dragon's blood essence here? However, there was obviously more than one treasure hidden in this space. Thinking about the place Lu Ping had encountered on the way here that was covered by a rainbow restriction, there must be an extremely rare treasure sealed inside. Thinking about the Luan Daoist's feather in Tianqin Laozu's hand, Lu Ping's heart became even more hesitant. Just as Lu Ping was still hesitating, the jade bottle in Lu Ping's hand made a decision for him. The blood mist in the jade bottle continued to dissipate, forcing Lu Ping to maintain the circulation of the true yuan in his body. At the same time, he continuously absorbed the dissipating blood mist into his stomach to refine it. While Lu Ping was refining the Jiao Jiao's blood essence, the Dharma dragon in his heart core space had already jumped out of the suspended sea. The true essence in the Jiao Jiao's blood essence was brought into his heart and slowly seeped into the heart core space. Then, the entire heart core space was shrouded in a seven-colored brilliance. The Dharma dragon flew up and down in the heart core space, letting out happy dragon roars from time to time. A strange expression appeared on Lu Ping's face. Whether it was the Dharma power of the dragon or his own blood, they had all entered an extremely excited state because of refining the dissipating flood dragon's blood essence. This state was too familiar to Lu Ping. It was a great opportunity for Lu Ping's epiphany and the growth of his cultivation. If he forcibly interrupted this process at this time, he would probably have to put in 10 times more effort in order to make up for this loss in the future. Lu Ping gritted his teeth. After all, to him, this bottle of flood dragon's blood essence was much more important than the Luan Daoist's life feather. Even though Lyra Laozu had once said that the life feather might contain some top secret about the magic left behind by the Luan Daoist, in Lu Ping's opinion, this bottle of flood dragon's blood essence might even be the key for Lu Ping to pass through the third thunder trial in the future, ushering in the 9th Dharma power transformation, and becoming a pure yang. This time, Lu Ping had passed the second thunder tribulations and entered the late Dharma stage. Previously, he had not absorbed the essence of the Jiao dragon's bloodline. But after passing the thunder tribulations, his Dharma power of the dragon had successfully undergone its 8th transformation. Before the thunder trial, Lu Ping had been a little nervous. He did not know if he would be able to successfully usher in the Dharma power transformation. But after the thunder trial, Lu Ping could clearly feel the changes in his Dharma power transformation, and this change came from a mutation in Lu Ping's bloodline before he advanced to the late Dharma power transformation. Lu Ping guessed that the reason for this mutation came from when he had just advanced to the blood condensation realm and decided to focus on his bloodline. At that time, the bloodlines in Lu Ping's body were competing. Among them, the Flood Dragon's blood essence had swallowed the Turtle Dragon's blood essence and stood out among the other major bloodlines, suppressing the other 5 bloodlines and becoming Lu Ping's main bloodline. After that, when Lu Ping advanced to the second level of the blood condensation realm, he did not encounter any bottlenecks in the purification of his bloodline. Lu Ping had always thought that the Turtle Dragon's blood essence had already swallowed and assimilated the Turtle Dragon's blood essence. But as Lu Ping's level of cultivation increased, and he understood more about himself, Lu Ping realized that the truth was not as simple as he had imagined. The Turtle Dragon's blood essence had not been refined by his own bloodline, or rather, it had not been completely refined. This was especially so after Lu Ping went into closed-door training in the 5 Elements Tortoise Chamber. The hidden Turtle Dragon's blood essence had even shown signs of strengthening. Now that he thought about it, when Lu Ping entered the early stage of the blood condensation realm and decided to focus on his bloodline, he had refined the Turtle Dragon's blood essence in one go. Now that he thought about it, he felt that the process was very strange. As Lu Ping's level of cultivation increased, Lu Ping became more and more certain that the Turtle Dragon's blood essence, which had not been completely refined, was a hidden danger in his body. And this hidden danger would become more obvious as his cultivation increased. Lu Ping had once tried to completely refine the Turtle Dragon's blood essence. However, during the first lightning tribulation in the Dark Space Sea, Lu Ping could not find the time to refine the Turtle Dragon's blood essence. Perhaps it was because he had already refined the Lone Eagle's blood essence. This time, the second lightning tribulation was originally a risk for Lu Ping, but in the end, Lu Ping still successfully summoned the second lightning tribulation, causing the Dragon Dharma power to welcome the 8th transformation. The Turtle Dragon's blood essence in his body was finally completely refined, and the hidden danger was completely eliminated. And now, if he refined the Flood Dragon's blood essence in this jade bottle, in Lu Ping's opinion, in the future when he summoned the third lightning tribulation and advanced to the pure yang stage, he would not have to worry about finding the essence of the Flood Dragon's blood essence. This bottle of Flood Dragon's blood essence could completely replace it, and it would be more than enough. After all, it was very likely that this was Jiao Daren's own blood essence. Moreover, if Lu Ping wanted to find a suitable Flood Dragon's blood essence, it was very likely that he would have to face a top-level demonic cultivator at the peak of the late Dharma Laws stage, or even a top-level demonic cultivator at the pure yang stage, to be able to fulfill the requirements of replenishing the Flood Dragon's blood essence. Not to mention the difficulty of dealing with pure yang demonic cultivators, just the fact that these Flood Dragon's blood essence had to be from a top-level demonic clan was enough to give Lu Ping a headache. These demonic cultivators often had many connections and were not weak, so it was not easy to kill one of them. If the power behind them was drawn out, even Lu Ping himself would have to pay a huge price to deal with it. From this point of view, this bottle of Flood Dragon's blood essence had come at the right time. Since things had come to this, Lu Ping simply put the possibility of the Luan Daoist's treasure hidden in this cave to the back of his mind. He would first integrate this bottle of Flood Dragon's blood essence into his bloodline. It wasn't easy to refine this bottle of blood essence, and Lu Ping didn't plan to refine it here. After all, there were still 2 fire Luans eyeing him covetously in the grotto heaven. He just wanted to fuse the blood essence into his bloodline and refine it in seclusion after he exited the grotto heaven. He believed that by then, Lu Ping's cultivation base would rise significantly. This was also inspired by the tortoise's blood essence. Otherwise, Lu Ping would not have been able to think of a way to temporarily integrate the Flood Dragon's blood essence into his bloodline so that he could refine it later. Even so, during the process of temporarily integrating this bottle of Flood Dragon's blood essence into his bloodline, Lu Ping still needed to continuously practice his cultivation method. During this process, a small amount of Flood Dragon's blood essence was completely refined, and Lu Ping could even clearly feel the growth of his own cultivation. Although this process was very small, with Lu Ping's cultivation foundation, it was already extremely difficult for his divine sense to clearly sense the growth of his cultivation. Moreover, it was not only Lu Ping's cultivation that had increased, but also the Dharma form of the dragon in the core space. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ping took a deep breath, turned the last trace of Flood Dragon's blood essence into a blood mist, and swallowed it into his stomach. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of blood appeared in his sharp eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Lu Ping stood up and weighed the jade bottle in his hand. His eyes once again fell on the complex runes carved on the surface of the jade bottle. After thinking for a while, he put it away together with the bottle mouth that had been cut off by the numinous treasure scissors. Lu Ping used his divine sense to look inside himself, and he could feel that at this time, his bloodline was like a surging river, rumbling and roaring. At this time, although Lu Ping could no longer cultivate in seclusion, the Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique was still operating on its own, constantly refining the Flood Dragon's blood essence that had been integrated into his bloodline. Then, under the guidance of his bloodline, the Flood Dragon's blood essence continuously entered the core space through his heart along with the true essence. The entire core space was still enveloped by the seven-colored light that seeped into his bloodline. Ever since Lu Ping had inhaled the first mouthful of blood mist, the Dharma form of the dragon had been flying in the sky above the suspended sea, its entire body bathed in the seven-colored light. It could be said that at this time, Lu Ping's cultivation was growing very slowly, but it was constantly increasing. Lu Ping pinched his fingers and made a slight calculation, and he was shocked. Originally, he thought that it would only take a few hours to simply integrate the Flood Dragon's blood essence into his bloodline. Unexpectedly, 2 days had passed. Fortunately, Yang Zhouxiao and his grandson hadn't found this place during these 2 days. Otherwise, if they were to launch a sneak attack, and he had no time to pay attention to anything else, it was extremely likely that he would be injured by the two of them. However, at the same time, Lu Ping also felt that it was strange. The space in this heavenly abode wasn't very wide, so why hadn't the two of them seen him even after 2 days had passed? At the same time, on the other side of the heavenly abode, the flame spirit coffin watched as his grandfather happily put away the third tail feather. He couldn't help but ask, "Lord Grandfather, why haven't we encountered that Lu Tianping yet? This heavenly abode isn't very big, so 2 days should be more than enough for us to meet. Could it be that Lu Tianping is hiding from us? Or could it be that Lu Tianping still hasn't broken any of the restrictions around the inheritance trove?" When Yang Zhouxiao and his grandson heard this, the joy on Yang Zhouxiao's face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of doubt. He said, "Let's not bother with him for now. Currently, 3 of the 4 tail feathers in this heavenly abode are in our hands. Out of the 7 fundamental tail feathers of Luan Daoist, 6 are already in the hands of our Fire Phoenix clan. Only the last one should be in the direction that Lu Tianping went. As for what that person is doing, we'll naturally know once we get there." Just as Yang Zhouxiao and his grandson were rushing in the direction of Lu Ping had already returned to the 7-colored restriction he had seen on the way here. After a brief probe, Lu Ping threw out his hands in succession. 3 restriction-breaking talismans that flickered with 7-colored splendor floated into the 7-colored restriction in front of him. Then, the light of the restriction and the talismans dimmed as if they were weakening each other. The praying mantis climbed onto Lu Ping's shoulder and said eagerly, "So, are you going to cut it or not?" Lu Ping said in a bad mood, "Cut what? This restriction can be broken as long as we spend some time. What if we let you destroy the treasures inside? You won't be lucky every time." Chapter 1390. Lu Ping used the seeping water sword technique to slowly peel away the layers of restrictions that had already been weakened by the 3 rainbow talismans. Lu Ping, who had advanced to the late Dharma stage, had reached an extremely high level in both the control of his divine will and the control of his inner yuan. Lu Ping used the seeping water sword technique to pierce through the layers of restrictions like peeling away layers of eggshells. Lu Ping was completely confident that he would be able to retract his sword technique before he completely broke through the restrictions to avoid harming the items that were sealed within the restrictions. Just as Lu Ping was peeling away the layers of restrictions in front of him until only the last hazy layer of rainbow was left, Lu Ping's expression changed. As far as his divine will could see, 2 streaks of light had already streaked across the sky and were rapidly flying in his direction. Lord Grandfather, since this space is the inheritance left behind by our ancestor, Luan Daoist, are there any other treasures aside from these 7 life feathers? Otherwise, Lu Tianping would not have stayed in this corner of the space for 2 whole days. The flame spirit coffin was clearly a little worried. Although he firmly believed that his grandfather would be able to defeat Lu Tianping, judging from Yang Zhouxiao's expression, even if Lu Tianping was defeated, he would still be able to calmly retreat. If that was the case, it would not be so easy for Yang Zhouxiao to take away the treasures that Lu Tianping had obtained from the space. Yang Zhouxiao's expression was calm, but his heart was also a little unsettled. Lu Ping's series of performances had truly exceeded his expectations. The Fire Phoenix tribe leader, who had originally been full of confidence, was now a little hesitant. At this moment, Yang Zhouxiao's expression also became serious. Lu Ping had not deliberately concealed his presence, so not long after Lu Ping had discovered the grandfather and grandson duo, Yang Zhouxiao also discovered Lu Ping, who was in the midst of breaking through the restrictions. This is a good chance. Grandfather will go first, Jin will follow. With that, Yang Zhouxiao's body turned into a streak of rainbow light, and in the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of several dozen kilometers. Lu Ping looked up and saw that the streak of rainbow light had suddenly turned into a giant fireball, and in Lu Ping's eyes, it was growing larger and larger as it came crashing down towards his head. At this time, the restriction in front of Lu Ping only had a thin membrane left. Lu Ping could even see through this membrane that the item sealed within was a feather that was exactly the same as the one in his hand. A hint of anger flashed across Lu Ping's face. He formed a sword seal with his hand, and the sword of true spirit, Mo Li, which had already transformed into a second tribulation spirit artifact, flew out from behind Lu Ping. It swayed in the air for a moment, and a dense amount of sword light separated from its blade, transforming into a tsunami of sword waves that swept towards the falling fireball. Yang Zhouxiao had been accumulating power for a long time while Lu Ping was clearly not prepared. Although the sword of true spirit's great river flows to the east had a powerful aura, it was still broken by the fireball. Lu Ping's figure was forced back over 100 meters, clearly at a disadvantage. The fireball had also been extinguished, and it turned into an orange-red flame that flew back into Yang Zhouxiao's hand. The two of them exchanged blows. Yang Zhouxiao had a slight upper hand, but he was still unable to reach the rainbow restriction. On the other hand, Lu Ping had been forced back over 100 meters. However, amidst a complacent laugh, the flame spirit coffin took the opportunity to descend, landing right in front of the restriction that was about to be broken. It abruptly spat out a fireball and smashed it towards the restriction. It clearly did not care if the fireball would damage the item sealed within the restriction. However, since it was clear that the item sealed within the restriction was a feather, Yang Zhouxiao, as the vessel that bore the 7 great innate abilities of the Luan Daoist, was naturally not worried that the flame spirit coffin's fireball would damage the feather. After all, the two originated from the same source. However, in the face of the flame spirit coffin's complacent laughter, Lu Ping also revealed a mocking smile. Beside him, Yang Zhouxiao seemed to sense something. His expression changed as he shouted, "Jin be careful." What? The flame spirit coffin did not understand what was going on. However, the instant the restriction in front of him shattered, the flame spirit coffin felt a chill run down his spine. The flame spirit coffin had quick reflexes. How could he not know that Lu Ping had already prepared a backup plan near the restriction? A burst of flames suddenly burst forth from his body, and he pounced to the side. At the same time, he reached out to grab the feather that was sealed within the restriction. However, how could Lu Ping's backup plan not anticipate the flame spirit coffin's next response? A crisp shout came from behind the flame spirit coffin. Even though the flame spirit coffin had dodged extremely quickly, Lu Xiaoping's well-planned attack still pierced through the flame spirit coffin's left shoulder. Then, the azure willow sword caught up to the flame spirit coffin and snatched the feather that was about to reach his hand. Then, it fell into Lu Xiaoping's hand. At this time, the flame spirit coffin's miserable cry from having his shoulder pierced had just resounded. Yang Zhouxiao had already rushed over to help. However, Lu Ping naturally would not sit by and watch his avatar fall into danger. The swords of true spirit circling around him shook, and 6 dragons roared as they charged towards Yang Zhouxiao. Fight! 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 Yang Zhouxiao sneered and said, "You think you can stop the old man with this kind of method?" The fire spirit orb in Yang Zhouxiao's hand was also a second tribulation spirit artifact, and with the support of Yang Zhouxiao's fire divine ability, it became even more powerful. 6 fireballs separated from the fire spirit orb and exploded in front of the 6 flood dragons. The 6 flood dragons let out miserable howls as their bodies were torn to shred. Haha, everyone says that the North Sea's Lu Tianping possesses the heaven-splitting divine ability, but it looks like the old man is only SOSO. Lu Ping received the rainbow feather from his avatar, Lu Xiaoping, who was standing on his shoulder. He waved the feather at Yang Zhouxiao and said with a faint smile, "I originally only wanted this feather. Since the Fire Phoenix Patriarch has the heart to fight, then let's start over." Yang Zhouxiao's face darkened. Earlier, Lu Ping's battle formula had been broken, but the rainbow feather was already in Lu Ping's hands. In all fairness, Yang Zhouxiao had already lost to Lu Ping by 1 move. But before Yang Zhouxiao could do anything, the flame spirit coffin was the first to lose his patience. He scolded Lu Ping, "Lu Tianping, you are too arrogant. There is no need for grandfather to make a move today. Let me test your methods first." As he spoke, another fireball appeared in the flame spirit coffin's hand. The flame spirit coffin pushed forward with a solemn expression, and the fireball disappeared into thin air before it could even travel 10 meters away from his palm. When it reappeared, it had already turned into a cage of flames, trapping Lu Ping inside. When the flame spirit coffin saw that Lu Ping actually didn't try to dodge, a trace of joy flashed through his heart. But at the same time, it was also filled with anger. He was happy because Lu Tianping actually dared to block the peerless flame divine ability that he had painstakingly cultivated for several hundred years. He was angry because Lu Ping's actions clearly showed that he didn't take him seriously at all. Lu Ping looked at Yang Zhouxiao with a faint smile on his face and said, "Fire Phoenix Patriarch, it's best if you let your grandson back down. Otherwise, it would be bad if you accidentally injure him while we are sparring." Before Yang Zhouxiao could say anything, the flame spirit coffin was already unable to restrain his anger. He shouted loudly, "You've gone too far. Cage of flames, burn." As soon as he finished speaking, the flame spirit coffin clapped his hands together, and the flames attached to the cage of flames abruptly swelled. The raging flames formed a huge fireball, and Lu Ping's figure was completely covered in flames. The corner of the flame spirit coffin's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He was just about to open his mouth to mock Lu Ping for overestimating himself when he suddenly heard his grandfather, Yang Zhouxiao, yell in a low voice, "Careful, he's about to come out. You should back down." The flame spirit coffin was stunned as he looked at the raging flames in front of him. Come out? How was he supposed to come out? This flame cage had been personally praised by his grandfather. If a practitioner of the same level was trapped in it, they would lose 90% of their chances of survival. Even a great practitioner of the late Dharma stage would have to expend a lot of effort to escape. However, a look of panic quickly appeared on the flame spirit coffin's face. This supreme magical power that he had cultivated using a high-grade heaven-level spirit fire could be said to be his strongest technique. However, that Lu Tianping walked out of the flame cage as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. The raging flames actually could not stop him at all. In fact, when Lu Ping walked out of the cage leisurely, the flames around him extinguished on their own. They only started burning again after Lu Ping left the cage. That was a spiritual fire that had been cultivated using a high-grade heaven-level spirit fire as its foundation. Even if it did not have the ability to burn mountains and boil seas, it would at least require a lot of effort to break through the shackles of this flame cage when sparring with other late Dharma adepts of the same clan. How was it that Lu Tianping, who was also at the late Dharma stage, could treat his supreme magical power as nothing? Lu Ping's smiling face was filled with murderous intent. He said, "Brother Coffin and I have been friends for a long time. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Brother Coffin, please take a blow from me." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a gurgling sound in front of Lu Ping. A ball of water appeared out of thin air and condensed into a water ball. It then floated slowly towards the flame spirit coffin. "Please accept it." The flame spirit coffin felt that Lu Ping's smile was so dazzling. However, the flame spirit coffin really could not tell how the slow and leisurely water ball in front of him was a threat. However, the flame spirit coffin was not a fool. Naturally, it would not think that Lu Ping had so seriously pushed out such a water ball just to make fun of it. Since it did not know what was going on, it might as well move aside first. However, just as the flame spirit coffin was trying to move away from the water ball, a tyrannical divine consciousness suddenly invaded the flame spirit coffin's divine consciousness protection range. The flame spirit coffin felt as if his divine consciousness was suddenly hit hard by a hammer. His body, which was about to move away, staggered. Although he knew what was going on, he could no longer coordinate his body. He could only watch as the water ball in front of him came crashing towards him. What was hidden in this water ball? Out of nowhere, the flame spirit coffin thought that since he could not avoid it, he might as well try Lu Tianping's water ball technique. Could it be just an ordinary water ball just to humiliate him? However, before this thought could be realized, Yang Zhouxiao's slightly nervous voice sounded in his ears. "Don't hurt my grandson. Could this water ball really hurt people?" The flame spirit coffin's doubts were quickly answered. A wall of fire suddenly rose in front of the flame spirit coffin. However, before the flame spirit coffin could catch its breath, Yang Zhouxiao, who had a grave expression on his face, erected 2 more fire walls. Just to block this water ball, he actually had to use the 3 great divine defensive secret techniques that Lord Grandfather cultivated. This thought flashed in the flame spirit coffin's mind, but it was soon replaced by shock. The swaying water ball really penetrated 4 fire walls in a row. When the flame spirit coffin laid down the 5th fire wall, the water ball, which was no different from ordinary flowing water, finally disappeared. Chapter 1391. The flame spirit coffin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the ball of water disappear. He didn't expect a ball of water like this to be so powerful that his grandfather had to erect 5 walls of fire in order to block it. One had to know that the difference between a great technique and a peerless technique depended on who was casting it. In the flame spirit coffin's opinion, the great technique cast by his grandfather, Yang Zhouxiao, was even more powerful than his own peerless technique. But it was precisely such a powerful defensive technique that Lu Ping's water ball had pierced through 4 times in a row. If that ball of water had been poured on his head just now, the flame spirit coffin felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. He probably wouldn't even have a corpse left. Not only did Lu Ping's ball of water frighten the flame spirit coffin, it also caused Yang Zhouxiao's heart to skip a beat. This ball of water was obviously condensed by Lu Ping using a divine ability. However, Yang Zhouxiao was proficient in fire cultivation methods and divine abilities. Naturally, he had dabbled in many water cultivation methods, divine abilities, and secret arts that naturally countered his body. However, despite his 1,000 years of experience, his pure yang cultivation, and the knowledge of the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch, he had never seen anyone who could use such a strange yet powerful water. The liquid condensed within the ball of water was definitely not any kind of high-grade heaven-ranked spirit water in this world. Even if Yang Zhouxiao refined his natal spirit water with his own cultivation, it wouldn't be able to produce such a powerful force. Yang Zhouxiao's lifebound spirit fire was also extraordinary. It was the lifebound spirit fire born from his 9th grade golden core, which was condensed from 3 types of mid-grade earth rank, low-grade heaven rank, and high-grade heaven rank heaven and earth spirit fires. Its might was far stronger than a high-grade heaven rank spirit fire. But in front of Lu Ping's ball of water, the wall of fire formed from his lifebound spirit fire was pierced through 4 times in a row. In the end, it perished together with the last wall of fire. Although Lu Ping was only testing the waters this time, he was still shocked when he saw the true power of the triple light sacred water in front of him. Even though he had already imagined the power of the triple light sacred water to be powerful enough, he was still shocked when it was actually displayed in front of him. Lu Ping's techniques were like an endless torrent of water. While Yang Zhouxiao was still creating 5 walls of fire to block the triple light sacred water, Lu Ping had already taken advantage of the situation to attack from the other side. 3 of the 6 serpents that Mo Li had transformed into connected their heads and tails to form a larger serpent that looked more like a dragon. One of the serpents shook its head and swung its tail, activating a spatial ability as it tried to swallow Yang Zhouxiao in a single gulp. Yang Zhouxiao's expression was solemn. He had no time to recover the energy he had lost from creating 5 walls of fire in a row, so he forcefully condensed a strand of essence energy from his core space. Then, he waved his hand in front of him and a fiery red feather condensed from rich essence energy appeared in front of him. The feather then floated towards the roaring serpent and transformed into a huge fire luan that stretched out its neck and let out a long cry, clashing with the serpent. However, even though Yang Zhouxiao barely managed to block one of the flood dragons with his life-bound plume feather, the other flood dragon soundlessly broke through the void and swiped at Yang Zhouxiao with its 2 giant claws. Left with no other choice, Yang Zhouxiao could only retreat again and again. As a result, he no longer had the mental strength to protect the flame spirit coffin behind him from the wind and rain. "Jin'er, hurry up and retreat." Yang Zhouxiao could only open his mouth to warn Yang Zhouxiao. Lu Ping's series of attacks would not be able to do anything to Yang Zhouxiao in a short period of time, but Lu Ping had never thought that he could defeat the Fire Phoenix Tribe Elder in a short period of time. His true target was the flame spirit coffin behind the Fire Phoenix Tribe Elder. The flame spirit coffin had already reacted the moment Yang Zhouxiao was forced to retreat by Lu Ping. Lu Ping had targeted him from the very beginning and had laid down layers upon layers of attacks, causing Yang Zhouxiao to be hindered at every turn. But in the end, Yang Zhouxiao was still unable to defend himself. At this time, the flame spirit coffin no longer had any thoughts of putting on a brave front. All he wanted to do was to retreat and avoid Lu Ping's meticulously planned assassination. However, Lu Ping's attacks were far faster than he had expected. Just as Yang Zhouxiao was forced to retreat, the space around him rippled, and his avatar Lu Xiaoping had once again appeared in front of the flame spirit coffin. The green willow sword was pointed straight at the flame spirit coffin's left eye. The flame spirit coffin panicked. His shoulder, which had already been pierced by the sword, had affected his ability to evade. Due to the increase in Lu Ping's level of cultivation, his avatar, which had become even more powerful, posed a threat to the flame spirit coffin that was no less than facing a practitioner who was also at the peak of the mid-Dharma stage. A burst of fire exploded in front of the flame spirit coffin. The green willow sword was ultimately affected, and it did not hit the flame spirit coffin's left eye. However, the sharp sword aura still left a line of blood on the left side of his face. However, even after avoiding Lu Ping's ambush, the flame spirit coffin still did not dare to relax. Lu Ping's attacks had always been continuous. He never pursued a one-hit kill, but because he was too powerful, his opponents were often defeated after only 1 or 2 rounds. In reality, Lu Ping's methods had always been like flowing water, pervasive and never-ending. Sure enough, after Lu Xiaoping missed this attack, the space in the direction that the flame spirit coffin had just dodged shook. The flame spirit coffin was shocked, but there was nothing in the shaking space. The flame spirit coffin was stunned at first, and then his expression changed drastically. He remembered that the person in front of him still had an extremely strange invisible sword magic, so he hurriedly turned around and dodged again. However, the flame spirit coffin's movements were too late. The blue sword aura of the tranquil water sword had already pierced through the flame spirit coffin's shield of vigor and revealed its tracks. The tip of the sword was pointing straight at the flame spirit coffin's heart. There was no way he could avoid this attack. The flame spirit coffin showed a look of despair. However, at this moment, a 7-colored light flashed across, and with a ding, the flame spirit coffin flew backward involuntarily as if he had suffered a heavy blow. In the process of flying backward, his face flashed red, and he could no longer suppress a mouthful of blood and spat it out of his mouth. Lu Ping attacked the flame spirit coffin at the same time as he repelled Yang Zhouxiao. However, Yang Zhouxiao was worthy of being a pure yang cultivator, and he still had time to rescue him. Lu Ping withdrew the tranquil water sword in great disappointment. Just when Lu Ping was about to kill the flame spirit coffin, Lu Ping clearly saw the 7-colored light that blocked the tranquil water sword. It was a 7-colored feather, the relic of the Luan Daoist. He did not expect this thing to be so tough. Although most of the power of the tranquil water sword was used for stealth attacks, it was still a first tribulation spiritual treasure after all. Yet, it could not damage the 7-colored feather at all. The relic of the heaven-opening relic really lived up to its name. Although Yang Zhouxiao had saved his grandson at the last moment, the flame spirit coffin was already on the verge of death after being heavily injured by Lu Ping twice in a row. It could no longer pose any threat to Lu Ping. Instead, it would cause Yang Zhouxiao to be restricted in his upcoming battle with Lu Ping. Yang Zhouxiao stood in front of the flame spirit coffin and faced Lu Ping as if he was facing a great enemy. However, Lu Ping was not to be outdone. Although Mo Li was a spiritual treasure flying sword, she had transformed into a flood dragon and swam in front of Lu Ping. A white mist gradually rose in front of Lu Ping. The white mist condensed into a pool of clear water that floated in the air. The flood dragon that Mo Li had transformed into was swimming freely in this pool of water. Yang Zhouxiao stared at the pool of water that had condensed in front of Lu Ping and asked in a serious voice, "This is the natal spiritual water that you condensed. The old man has never seen it before. May I know what kind of divine ability it is?" Lu Ping smiled faintly and answered, "Triple lights divine water." Triple lights divine water? A hint of confusion flashed across Yang Zhouxiao's face. He said seriously, "The old man has remembered it. It is truly miraculous. However, do you still want to continue today's battle?" Lu Ping sneered, "I have never seen myself at a disadvantage." Yang Zhouxiao was taken aback for a moment. Only then did he point above his head. A hint of mockery flashed across his eyes as he said, "The old man admits that you have the qualifications to fight against the old man. If you want to fight, even though Jin is a burden to the old man, you better think carefully about how confident you are in avoiding the threat above your head." Lu Ping looked in the direction Yang Zhouxiao had pointed and his expression immediately changed. Only now did he realize that this was only an extremely small space in the heavenly abode. Previously, when he was trying to break the spatial seal with the flood dragon blood essence, he had been extremely careful because he was afraid that he would cause this heavenly abode to collapse and be instantly submerged by the lava lake above his head. However, during this chaotic battle, both Lu Ping and Yang Zhouxiao had used their spatial abilities multiple times. At this moment, this heavenly abode was already on the verge of collapse. If Lu Ping and Yang Zhouxiao were to fight again, this heavenly abode would definitely not be able to withstand the full power battle between two pure yang practitioners and collapse. Just as Lu Ping's expression changed, Yang Zhouxiao had already retreated. He was no longer worried that Lu Ping would intervene. He grabbed the flame spirit coffin in his hand, smiled coldly at Lu Ping, and left into the distance. As expected, Lu Ping did not try to stop them. Instead, he watched them leave. Although he already had the strength to fight against a pure yang practitioner, in his heart, he still believed that he was only a late Dharma adept. However, a battle between pure yang practitioners could cause the heavens and earth to collapse. Even in the world of cultivation, it was often necessary to use spatial abilities during battles to minimize the damage caused by the dissipation of the power of their respective abilities. How could this tiny heavenly abode before him withstand the fierce battle between the two of them? In reality, this heavenly abode was already on the verge of collapse due to the damage caused by the battle between the two. At this moment, Lu Ping could even see through the arc of the heavenly abode to the fiery red lava that was surging beneath the surface. This heavenly abode could collapse at any time. Once Yang Zhouxiao and his grandson retreated, Lu Ping also sensed the threat. However, he still wanted to search around before the heavenly abode collapsed and see if he could find any treasures left behind. Judging from the Fire Phoenix clan's great efforts and the Flood Dragon's blood essence that Lu Ping had obtained, this heavenly abode was definitely not to be trifled with. It could even be the treasures left behind by the seventh patriarch of heaven creation. However, he did not know that Yang Zhouxiao and his grandson had already plundered this heavenly abode clean over the past 2 days. Just as Lu Ping was about to search other places, the space above his head began to tremble. This was clearly Yang Zhouxiao's attempt to break open the heavenly abode and leave this place. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, "Oh no, I've been tricked by this old fellow." Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard continuous muffled sounds coming from above his head. The moment Yang Zhouxiao left the heavenly abode, he began to destroy this heavenly abode. Violent spatial tremors came from the arc of the heavenly abode, and several streams of fire descended from the sky. This heavenly abode that had been suppressed at the bottom of the lava lake was already collapsing. Chapter 1392. I've been tricked by this old bastard. At this time, how could Lu Ping care about searching for treasures? Once the lava lake above his head poured down, even if Lu Ping had the ability to protect himself in the lava lake, he couldn't guarantee that Yang Zhouxiao and his grandson wouldn't ambush him from the side. The top of the Heaven's Grotto Heaven's arc was getting more and more shattered. As long as Yang Zhouxiao destroyed a single part of the Heaven's Grotto Heaven's space, the lava lake would be more than enough to destroy the entire Heaven's Grotto Heaven. Currently, countless waves of lava had already descended from the sky of the Heaven's Grotto Heaven, causing the temperature of the entire Heaven's Grotto Heaven to rise rapidly. At this time, Lu Ping's expression was very ugly. The thin water-flowing sword had already suffered a great deal of damage when it stirred up the lava lake to open the passage. If Lu Ping were to use the same method now, it was extremely likely that the two first Tribulation Spirit Treasures artifact spirits would be annihilated, and even the spirit treasures themselves would be damaged. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pressed it against the spine of Mo Li's sword. Rays of sword light peeled off from the sword of True Spirit's body. Every time a ray of sword light was peeled off, it would transform into a tiny flood dragon that danced around Lu Ping. The palm Lu Ping pressed against the spine of the sword of True Spirit glowed with a bluish-purple light. 9 sword shadows were peeled off from the sword of True Spirit's body in a row. After these 9 sword shadows left the sword of True Spirit's body, they began to split up one after another, and the sword shadows once again transformed into tiny flood dragons. In the end, a total of 129,600 flood dragons formed a huge ball of light with Lu Ping at the center, surrounding Lu Ping tightly. At this time, the sword of True Spirit's body in Lu Ping's hand looked much dimmer. The artifact spirit, Mo Li, also looked much more illusory, as if a gust of wind would completely blow it away. Lu Ping stood in the ball of light with the sword of True Spirit above his head. With a flick of his finger, a water droplet suddenly flew out from his fingertip. The moment the water droplet came into contact with the water dragon shadow, it fused into the ball of light formed by the 129,600 swordlight dragons. Then, a layer of flickering light blue water curtain suddenly rippled from the spot where the water droplet had fused into, spreading towards the entire ball of light. The 3 light holy water that Lu Ping had condensed contained the characteristics of the Shenyuan heavy water. Just 1 drop of it could evolve into a lake. At this moment, the light curtain that this drop of 3 light holy water transformed into was just perfect for the Jiao dragon. Lu Ping's special swordsmanship that was formed by combining the heaven-opening swordsmanship and the water-seeping swordsmanship became even more powerful. Lu Ping raised his head and glanced at the heavenly Grotto Heaven's half-destroyed ceiling. Then, he suddenly stomped on the ground. A lotus pattern flashed, and the ball of water with the Jiao dragon swimming around Lu Ping's body turned into a huge wave that surged upwards, rushing towards the sinking magma lake above the heavenly Grotto Heaven. At the edge of the crater, the pale-faced flame spirit coffin stood behind Yang Zhouxiao. It stared ferociously at the magma lake that had already turned into a huge funnel, and said with a hint of excitement, "Grandfather, I'm afraid that Lu Qianping won't be able to escape this time." Yang Zhouxiao's gaze never left the rapidly sinking magma lake. He said, "Not necessarily. With Lu Qianping's strength, it won't be easy to burn him to death with this magma lake. However, this magma lake should be able to weaken him enough. When the time comes, we can take the opportunity to kill him. If he lives, he will be a scourge to our clan. He is an existence among the 3rd-generation cultivators who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Baiyu." Yang Zhouxiao inadvertently glanced at the flame spirit coffin and said, "You should retreat first. When the time comes, there might be a huge battle that you can't participate in." The flame spirit coffin, who was originally as pale as a sheet after being heavily injured, immediately flushed red. However, he still looked extremely sick. In the end, he had no choice but to fly towards the periphery of the volcano. Yang Zhouxiao glanced at the flame spirit coffin's back and sighed softly. Immediately after, his attention was attracted by the rumbling sound coming from the depths of the sinking magma lake. Yang Zhouxiao's expression changed. The second tribulation spirit treasure, the fire spirit orb, was already hovering in the air above the volcanic crater, ready to strike. The air around Yang Zhouxiao began to boil due to the heat released by the circulation of his true essence. The dense fire spirit energy in the surroundings began to gather around Yang Zhouxiao's body, forming the vague image of a gigantic fire luan behind him. At this moment, a wave of fire that was hundreds of feet high suddenly exploded in the magma lake, and a huge ball wrapped in white mist rushed out of the exploding fire wave. At the same time, the fire spirit pearl floating above the crater of the volcano suddenly communicated with the magma lake in the crater of the volcano. 18 magma fire chains with the second tribulation spiritual treasure fire spirit pearl as the center formed a huge flame cage, sealing the huge ball of white mist that had just rushed out of the magma in the cage. Flame cage, one of the supreme divine abilities of the fire phoenix race. Now that Yang Zhouxiao was using it and borrowing the power of the magma lake, its power was countless times stronger than the flame spirit coffins. At this moment, the white mist surrounding the huge ball of white mist that rushed out of the magma lake gradually dissipated. What was revealed was a huge water ball with countless sword light dragons swimming around it. The triple light's sacred water was indeed powerful. When Lu Ping directly charged into the magma lake, the triple light's sacred water had an extremely strong resistance against the high temperature of the magma lake. Furthermore, it could continuously generate water to offset the consumption of the triple light's sacred water by the magma lake. Because the thin water-flowing sword was already heavily damaged, Lu Ping naturally could not bear to use the spiritual treasure in his hand to block the magma lake's burning heat. Left with no choice, Lu Ping could only use his own cultivation and divine abilities to block the corrosion of the magma lake. This method consumed a lot of Lu Ping's true essence. Even with the help of the triple light's sacred water and the seeping sword art formed from the heaven-opening swordsmanship, Lu Ping could feel as if there was a funnel in his body. The condensed true essence was rapidly draining out of his body. Yang Zhouxiao's calculations were correct. Lu Ping was indeed weakened, but he did not expect that only the true essence in Lu Ping's body was being consumed. The magma lake did not cause any real damage to Lu Ping. Moreover, the one thing that Lu Ping was least afraid of was true essence. However, Yang Zhouxiao had been accumulating power for a long time. The flame cage had already given him the upper hand. The moment Lu Ping rushed out of the magma lake, he fell into Yang Zhouxiao's trap. The 18 fire chains rapidly contracted. A huge amount of fire spirit energy flowed along the 18 fire chains and gathered towards the fire spirit pearl in the center. With a loud bang, the entire flame cage was ignited by Yang Zhouxiao's natal spirit fire. Yang Zhouxiao's natal spirit fire was not as condensed as Lu Ping's triple light sacred water, but at this moment, he had the absolute advantage. Yang Zhouxiao did not mind going all out against Lu Ping. However, the relaxed expression on Yang Zhouxiao's face froze before it could even appear. Within the cage that was engulfed by the flames, a pure and dense pure yang energy suddenly surged. Yang Zhouxiao seemed to have thought of something in that instant. Just as a look of shock appeared on his face, 2 blade lights suddenly shot out from within the flames. Immediately after, the 2 blade lights converged towards the center. Bang! Bang! With 2 sounds, the 2 fire chains had already been cut apart. With the 2 fire chains cut, Yang Zhouxiao's flame cage immediately revealed an opening. The fire spirit pearl revolved in midair, attempting to repair the broken flame cage. However, a battle between experts only lasted for an instant. Naturally, Lu Ping would not let this opportunity to escape slip away from his hand. A torrent of sword-light dragons broke out of the broken cage. Countless sword-light dragons were annihilated by the fire spirit pearl's all-out attack, but even more sword-light dragons managed to break apart the other fire chains that were trying to reseal the flame cage. The torrent of triple light's sacred water also blocked the burning of Yang Zhouxiao's natal spirit fire. A lotus slowly rose from the torrent of sword light. Lu Ping floated above the lotus, his eyes coldly staring at the startled Yang Zhouxiao. At this moment, most of Yang Zhouxiao's attention was focused on the purple-gold scissors in Lu Ping's hand. His eyes flashed with shock and greed as he said in a hoarse voice, pure yang spiritual treasure." Lu Ping snorted coldly. This time, he had fallen into Yang Zhouxiao's trap and had no choice but to reveal the two halves of the spiritual treasure. Right now, his entire body was filled with killing intent. With Junling's current strength, the price he had to pay to possess a pure yang spiritual treasure was obviously unbearable. If he wanted to prevent the secret of the pure yang spiritual treasure from being leaked, there was only one path left for Lu Ping. Clang! The pure yang spiritual treasure abruptly opened above Lu Ping's head, its blade pointing straight at Yang Zhouxiao. Yang Zhouxiao panicked, but his mind was not slow. As he withdrew the fire spirit pearl, a fiery cloud rose behind him as he shouted, "This is the two halves of the spiritual treasure. The Northern Alliance's sect-guarding spiritual treasure has actually fallen into your hand. That Northern Alliance's Hanye must have died at your hand. Also, that Wuxing School's plan to steal the Green Netherworld River must have been foiled by you as well. Could it be that the pure yang lightning tribulation that day at the foot of Luoxin Mountain was summoned by this two halves of the pure yang spiritual treasure? That Yang Zhouxiao was indeed worthy of being the Fire Phoenix race's leader." The moment Lu Ping revealed the two halves of the pure yang spiritual treasure, he had already deduced everything that had happened. Yang Zhouxiao's defense had grasped Lu Ping's weak spot in an instant, and he said smugly, "Lu Tianping, how dare you? If the old man were to leak this information, do you know that you, Junling, will be met with a calamity?" But the more Yang Zhouxiao acted like this, the more intense the killing intent in Lu Ping's body became. The mantis on Lu Ping's shoulders waved its pair of large blades and shouted, "Kill him to silence him." The scissors abruptly closed in midair. Yang Zhouxiao was a pure yang cultivator after all, and he used all his strength to break free from the binding feeling of being targeted by a pure yang spiritual treasure. His body flashed past two blade lights that cut through the void, and the pure yang spiritual treasure immediately cut a huge hole in the volcano behind him. With a loud boom, the magma that had been suppressed by the volcano immediately found a vent, and the earth shook and mountains shook as it completely erupted. Half the sky was covered in thick volcanic ash. Lu Ping had already pounced forward with the sword of true spirit in his hand, and said coldly, "You know too much." Chapter 1393. You know too much. Lu Ping knew what would happen if the news that he had a pure yang spiritual treasure in his possession was leaked. However, right now, he had no choice but to fight Yang Zhouxiao to the death. Yang Zhouxiao sneered as if victory was in his grasp. "You want to silence the old man? With just you. This is the Luan Daoist's legacy in the volcanoes of Scarlet Mist Island. It is the paradise of my Fire Phoenix race, and the old man is a pure yang cultivator." Lu Ping slashed out with his sword. Yang Zhouxiao, who had just escaped from the pure yang spiritual treasure, could no longer dodge the aura locking of Lu Ping's sword. He had no choice but to use the fire spirit pearl in his hand to take on Lu Ping's sword. A cloud of white mist rose up and sparks sprinkled down. Lu Ping's sword of true spirit was far superior to the fire spirit pearl, and it was a natal spiritual treasure that Lu Ping had experienced two lightning tribulations at the same time. Yang Zhouxiao, on the other hand, was waiting for Lu Ping to exhaust himself by relying on the geographical advantage of Scarlet Mist Island. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Lu Ping was expressionless, but Yang Zhouxiao's mind was in a mess. This kid should have used up a lot of his essence energy to break through the seal of the lava lake's fire vein. Why is he still so full of energy? However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Lu Ping had already launched another attack. This time, the moment the sword of true spirit was sent flying, a stream of water flew out of Lu Ping's hand. It transformed into a 30-meter-long water flood dragon in midair and pounced at Yang Zhouxiao with its claws and fangs bared. Yang Zhouxiao was a little wary of Lu Ping's triple brilliance sacred water, but the flame spirit coffin was not by his side. No matter how powerful the triple brilliance sacred water was, It could not harm Yang Zhouxiao at all. At most, it would only make him spend some effort to deal with it. A clear and melodious cry of a luan rang out from the fiery cloud behind Yang Zhouxiao. A cluster of cloud separated itself from the cloud, wriggling in midair for a moment before transforming into a gigantic fiery luan with a wingspan of over 100 feet. The luan pounced towards the water dragon. As soon as the two sides made contact, a series of water and fire explosions rang out. Flames and mist exploded one after another, covering an area of over 1,000 feet in radius. The fire luan was finally extinguished, but the water flood dragon was also sent flying in all directions. However, just as the two were about to be annihilated, Lu Ping's divine sense had already locked onto Yang Zhouxiao's position. Without waiting for the fog to disperse, the pure yang spirit treasure struck out again. Two blade lights pierced through the fog and accurately sliced towards Yang Zhouxiao's waist. Yang Zhouxiao naturally did not dare to be careless in the face of a pure yang spiritual treasure. He did his best to break free from Lu Ping's aura lock. While Yang Zhouxiao was dodging, two 10-meter-long fire phoenixes abruptly appeared behind him and pounced towards the two blade lights. The fire phoenixes were formed from Yang Zhouxiao's fiery cloud and swooped down towards the blade lights. The moment they came into contact with the blade lights, the pure yang spiritual treasure destroyed their feathers. However, the two blade lights were involuntarily pushed down by the two spirit birds. The tip of another volcano behind the flame spirit coffin was cut off by the blade lights. The lava that was being nurtured in the belly of the volcano immediately erupted. Yet another volcano erupted, causing the fire spirit energy of the entire Scarlet Mist Island to become turbulent once more. When Yang Zhouxiao saw that Lu Tianping did not seem to realize that he had conveniently laid down a trap, Yang Zhouxiao sneered and pointed at the fire spirit pearl above his head. The dense fire spirit energy in the surroundings was immediately drawn in by the pearl, and a flaming feather flew out from the Dharma image's auspicious cloud behind him and merged into the fire spirit pearl. The mountain of lava that was suspended in midair immediately smashed down from the thick scarlet volcanic ash, as if it was raining fire. Yang Zhouxiao's second life plume feather contained a peerless divine ability, meteor shower. Borrowing the power of Scarlet Mist Island's volcano, the power of this peerless divine ability had increased by more than 30 to 20%. Lu Ping looked towards the sky with a serious expression. The meteor fire rain that covered a large portion of the sky came crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. It gave off a feeling that there was no way to avoid it, as if the end of the world was coming. Lu Ping was still fearless. A ray of water flowed across the surface of the cloud sail and floated up. Countless fiery rain smashed into the auspicious cloud formed by the cloud sail and disappeared without a trace. However, the cloud sail was not a complete defensive spiritual treasure. Even if it could completely block the all-out supreme ability of a pure yang cultivator, it would probably suffer heavy injuries like the thin water flowing sword from before. Lu Ping seemed to have realized that he didn't have much of an advantage at this moment. He used the pure yang scissors and the sword of true spirit more and more frequently, trying to force Yang Zhouxiao to fight head-on with his spiritual treasures. However, Yang Zhouxiao was very experienced. He was able to break free from the combined attacks of the two spiritual treasures every single time and avoid Lu Ping's direct attacks. Despite this, Lu Ping seemed to have gained the upper hand in the battle. He continued to chase after Yang Zhouxiao above Scarlet Mist Island. Although every time he chased after Yang Zhouxiao, he couldn't hurt him in the slightest. On the contrary, Lu Ping was able to withstand Yang Zhouxiao's attacks head-on. The cloud formed by the Hangyun sail was growing thinner and thinner. Rumble, another earth-shattering boom rang out. Lu Ping, who seemed to have gone berserk from killing, once again used the pure yang scissors to kill Yang Zhouxiao. Not only did he fail to hit his target, he even managed to cut a hole in a volcano. Magma and rocks erupted from the belly of the volcano, nearly drowning the oncoming Lu Ping within it. Whenever Yang Zhouxiao dodged the dual attacks of the pure yang scissors and the sword of true spirit, Lu Ping would use the triple brilliant sacred water as a medium to unleash all sorts of water-type abilities to block Yang Zhouxiao's path of escape. However, Yang Zhouxiao, who had the geographical advantage, would always be able to easily defeat or evade his attacks. When the two mutually restraining abilities clashed, they would often form a huge phenomenon, which in turn gave Yang Zhouxiao the perfect opportunity to escape from Lu Ping's pursuit. This Lu Tianping had truly lost his mind from all the fighting. What was the point of charging and attacking blindly? However, it seemed that Lu Ping really valued that pure yang scissors in his hands. Since that was the case, the old man would just have to take it for himself as well. Not only did Yang Zhouxiao not look the least bit flustered while being chased by Lu Ping, he even felt relaxed, as if he still had a trump card that would ensure his victory. This was already the 9th volcano that Lu Ping had pierced through with his pure yang scissors. Together with the magma lake that contained the entire Scarlet Mist Island's fire vein, Lu Ping had unknowingly made a large circle around the mouth of the magma lake under Yang Zhouxiao's guidance. The 9 volcanoes that Lu Ping had destroyed just so happened to form a circle around the mouth of the magma lake. Ha 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 ha, after dodging Lu Ping's pure yang scissors, the sword of true spirit, and the triple brilliance divine water, Yang Zhouxiao suddenly let out a hearty laugh. At this moment, Lu Ping was like a gambler who had lost so much that his eyes had turned red. Instead, he appeared to be in an exceptionally sorry state. Hearing Yang Zhouxiao's laughter, he suddenly froze, and said fiercely, "What are you laughing at, old man?" Yang Zhouxiao pointed at Lu Ping and laughed loudly. "Lu Tianping, the old man admits that your cultivation and strength are truly something that the old man has never seen before. You are able to control a pure yang scissors with such ease, and with your true essence, I believe that even Xiao Baiyu was not inferior to you when his cultivation was at the same level as yours back then. Even the old man had to admit that he was inferior to you. However, of all the things that you shouldn't have done, you shouldn't have tried to use a pure yang scissors to silence the old man on this Scarlet Mist Island." The pure yang scissors closed, and another blade light intersected. Yang Zhouxiao retreated, and at the same time, he continued, "The old man once said that this Scarlet Mist Island is the legacy of the Luan Daoist, the paradise of our Fire Phoenix race. The old man has the geographical advantage here, and he has long been in an invincible position. What can you do to the old man?" Taking advantage of Yang Zhouxiao's retreat, Lu Ping's sword of true spirit broke through the void with a flying chain slash in an attempt to kill the Fire Phoenix race patriarch. Lu Ping shouted harshly, "What can you do to me?" This time, the Fire Phoenix race patriarch couldn't dodge in time, but he also had a second tribulation divine artifact in his hand. A small Fire Phoenix spirit bird flew out from the Fire Spirit Pearl, growing in size with the wind. A 10-meter-long Fire Phoenix stretched its sharp claws towards the void, and clashed with the sword of True Spirit's sword light. A shrill cry rang through the air. The Fire Phoenix spirit bird's claws were sliced apart by the sword of True Spirit, and the flying chain slash sword light was also broken by Yang Zhouxiao. A feather once again flew out from the roiling cloud behind Yang Zhouxiao's back and fell into his palm. Yang Zhouxiao smiled smugly and said, "Lu Tianping, do you know of the burning heavens inferno?" Lu Ping's expression changed. He immediately realized that Yang Zhouxiao had caused several volcanoes to erupt one after another just now. Could it be related to this? However, even though Lu Ping's expression changed, he still said, "Our sect also has cultivators who practice the supreme divine ability Burning Heaven's Inferno. Could it be that the Fire Phoenix race patriarch is planning to use this divine ability against me? Could it be that the Fire Phoenix race patriarch's natal spirit fire is related to the mother-child earth flame? Even if that's the case, this supreme divine ability might not be able to do anything to me." The two of them did not stop even as they spoke. On the contrary, Lu Ping seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and his attacks became even more vicious. Even though Yang Zhouxiao appeared to be in a rather sorry state as he kept dodging, he still said smugly, "Fool. Everyone knows that this Burning Heaven's Inferno can only be used with the mother-child earth flame as a medium, but they don't know that this divine ability was bestowed upon my Fire Phoenix race by the Luan Daoist. Only by using the mother-child earth flame as a medium can it be powerful. Today, this old man will let you witness the true Burning Heaven's Inferno, so that you, sword immortal of the North Sea water, can die knowing the truth." As he spoke, the Fire Phoenix race patriarch was already hovering in the air above the magma lake. She no longer dodged Lu Ping's attacks. Instead, She took the true spirit sword head-on and threw the fire spirit orb in her hand into the magma lake beneath her feet. Her face was abnormally red from excitement, and her hands instantly formed several hundred strange hand seals. Then, she fiercely pressed them down and shouted, "Burning heavens inferno, rise!" The entire Scarlet Mist Island was shaking. By this time, Lu Ping had already sensed that the situation was far from good. He tried to step forward and interrupt Yang Zhouxiao's technique, but just as Yang Zhouxiao was shouting, the magma lake beneath his feet suddenly erupted. Lu Ping hastily dodged, but discovered that the 9 volcanoes that Lu Ping had pierced through with the magma lake were also erupting at the same time. In an instant, the 9 erupting volcanoes, scarlet magma, burning flint, and thick volcanic ash formed a giant prison of flames in the sky above Scarlet Mist Island. At this moment, Lu Ping was the only person trapped in this prison. Several dozen feet away, Yang Zhouxiao's laughter carried a trace of madness. "This is the burning heavens inferno. This is the true burning heavens inferno. Lu Tianping, if you don't die now, then when?" Chapter 1394. The Fire Phoenix clan master, Yang Zhouxiao, took advantage of Lu Ping's frenzied pursuit to form a huge array formation around the magma lake where the living spirit veins converged. It was none other than the sky-burning inferno array formation. The Fire Phoenix clan master, Yang Zhouxiao, took advantage of Lu Ping's frenzied pursuit to form a massive array formation around the magma lake. In the cultivation world, this was a peerless fire divine ability that could only be cultivated through the mother-child earth flame. However, the Fire Phoenix clan actually had another way to cultivate and use it. This unique inheritance method of the Fire Phoenix clan was obviously to transform the Grand Inferno Burning Heaven formation into a gigantic formation. Its power was greater, its area of effect was wider, and its control was naturally more complicated. That was why Yang Zhouxiao had racked his brains to make use of Lu Ping's pursuit to destroy the 9 volcanoes in succession. At this moment, Lu Ping was trapped in such a gigantic formation by Yang Zhouxiao. In Yang Zhouxiao's eyes, the current Lu Ping was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What a grand plan, for the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch to create such a huge formation just to deal with me. I, Lu Ping, am truly overwhelmed by your favor. Lu Ping's faint smile and deep emotion caused the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch to feel extremely uneasy. This was not the expression a person who was in a desperate situation should have. Although Yang Zhouxiao had some misgivings in his heart, now that the Grand Inferno Burning Heaven formation had been completed, he believed that he was already in an invincible position. There was absolutely no reason for him to retreat now. He could only be certain that Lu Ping was just putting on a show. That's right, he was definitely putting on a show, and could even be stalling for time. When they first met on Scarlet Mist Island, Lu Tianping still had cultivators from the same sect by his side. Those people must have already returned to ask for help. Although Zhenling didn't care about anyone other than Lu Tianping, there were still 2 great cultivators who would be troublesome if they rushed over. Thinking of this, Yang Zhouxiao made a prompt decision. He clasped his hands together from the outside to the inside, and everything within the range of the Grand Inferno Burning Heaven formation turned into a sea of fire. Moreover, this sea of fire was different from ordinary fire. It was a fire seed formed from the entire Scarlet Mist Island's fire vein, and its power even surpassed that of a heaven-rank spirit fire. Moreover, with the fire vein's support, the sea of fire would be endless. No matter how high one's cultivation was, it would still be able to exhaust them. The so-called Inferno Burning Heaven formation originally wanted the trapped person to experience pain and torment until they died. If the person was burned to death right from the start, then it couldn't be called a prison. Just as the array formation turned into a hell of fire, Lu Ping activated his defensive skill and repelled the raging fire waves to a distance of 30 feet away from him. However, the countless sparks of fire licked at Lu Ping's purple-gold protective energy, the heavenly water curtain. It sizzled as if cold water had been poured into a pot of boiling oil. The heavenly water curtain flickered, as if it would extinguish at any moment. It was all thanks to Lu Ping's true essence that he managed to hold on. Yang Zhouxiao sneered, "Lu Tianping, the old man admits that you have a profound cultivation and great strength. The fact that you were able to hold on until now despite being burned by the inferno burning heaven formation shows that your true essence is so strong that it is the first time the old man has seen in his life. But so what? You're only struggling at death's door. Instead, it will make the old man appreciate the painful journey from life to death, haha, because Lu Ping was circulating the true essence in his body with all his strength. His entire body looked like it was covered in a layer of purple-blue mist. Hearing Yang Zhouxiao's mocking words, Lu Ping suddenly raised his head and looked at Yang Zhouxiao, saying seriously, "It's too early for you to be happy." What? Yang Zhouxiao's laughter came to an abrupt halt. But then, as if he had heard something funny, he said, "You should think about what last words you have left behind first." At this time, because Lu Ping was using all his strength to support the water curtain heaven flower and delay the corrosion of his protective aura, he had already covered it with the triple light's divine water. However, it could only prolong his time for a little longer. But Lu Ping was still unhurried. He spread his hands and formed a hand seal. A white feather lotus diagram abruptly appeared on the surface of his tottering protective aura, stabilizing it once more under the burning of the inferno prison. Only then did he speak in a leisurely manner, "Do you really think that I, Lu, will be forced to the point of losing my rationality and be used by you like a marionette to lay down this inferno-burning heaven formation?" Yang Zhouxiao's heart sank. He said coldly, "Is that not the case?" Although Yang Zhouxiao was confident in the inferno-burning heaven formation, Lu Ping's calm expression still gave him goosebumps. Seeing Lu Ping's endless methods, a sinister look flashed across Yang Zhouxiao's face. He said, "Since you want to die early, then the old man will fulfill your wish. Fire Phoenix Avatar, appear." The auspicious cloud behind Yang Zhouxiao suddenly let out a bird cry that resounded through the entire universe. The auspicious cloud transformed, and a blazing scarlet flame stretched out from the void. A majestic fire phoenix emerged from the void, flapping its wings and flying along the path opened up by the flame. This fire phoenix was covered in scarlet flames from head to toe, as if it was a spirit of fire. It was Yang Zhouxiao's pure yang avatar. The moment Yang Zhouxiao summoned the avatar, the entire heaven-burning inferno grand array formation transformed into a huge furnace, and Lu Ping was the only target to be refined within it. The moment the avatar appeared, Yang Zhouxiao's confidence soared. But when he looked at Lu Ping again, he discovered that Lu Ping was also looking at him with a strange smile. The moment the Fire Phoenix avatar appeared, Lu Ping raised his hands, as if he wanted to lift something extremely heavy. He shouted in a low voice, "Now is the time. Zhenchen formation, rise." Yang Zhouxiao was stunned. He saw 9 blue halos suddenly flash from the foot of the volcanoes that served as the foundation of the inferno-burning heaven formation. The inferno-burning heaven formation had long since been submerged in the sea of fire, and there was nothing else besides the scarlet flames. But these 9 blue halos had forcefully carved out a place in the sea of fire. Although the sea of fire was roiling on its own in an attempt to devour these 9 translucent halos, only the sound of explosions could be heard coming from the center of the formation. Moreover, the 9 halos had not been extinguished even under the encirclement of the sea of fire. Yang Zhouxiao's expression changed, and he blurted out, "A formation within a formation. Not good. When did you set up this formation?" Lu Ping chuckled coldly, "Yang Zhouxiao, you used this Lu to destroy the foundation of the formation formed by the 9 volcanoes. How do you know that this Lu isn't also using you to weave a net in secret, to capture you in one fell swoop?" As he said this, Lu Ping stretched out a hand and beckoned towards the air. 3 translucent halos suddenly flashed from different directions on the protective wall of the formation that was originally formed by fire and scarlet mist. These halos resonated with the halos at the foot of the 9 volcanoes, and the 12 halos formed a general outline that perfectly enveloped both Lu Ping and Yang Zhouxiao. Yang Zhouxiao suddenly recalled the time when Lu Ping was madly chasing after him. Every time Lu Ping used the pure yang spirit treasure and the sword of true spirit to force him into a corner, Lu Ping would always use a divine ability formed from his natal spirit water to block his path of retreat. Although the divine ability formed from the natal spirit water wasn't weak, it was clearly far from the power displayed by the 2 spirit treasures. Originally, Yang Zhouxiao had thought that Lu Ping's actions were merely a helpless move because his true essence was insufficient after using 2 spirit treasures in a row. But now, it seemed that Lu Ping's superfluous actions that seemed to have been filled with bloodlust were clearly a hidden killer move. Unfortunately, he had been so carried away by his own success that he had overlooked it. A trace of regret flashed through his heart, but his expression grew even more sinister as he said, "So what? If you want to set up a formation within a formation, you'll have to see if this formation of yours can withstand the burning heaven fire prison." Although Yang Zhouxiao's words were tyrannical, the moment Lu Ping summoned the 12 Zhenchen Grand Formation, Yang Zhouxiao had already controlled his avatar in an attempt to break through the 12 Zhenchen Grand Formation's barrier and regain control of the burning heaven fire prison. However, Lu Ping had schemed for a very long time and had even placed himself in a dangerous situation. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, he would definitely succeed in killing Yang Zhouxiao. How could he allow Yang Zhouxiao to escape from the Zhenchen Grand Formation's control? Just as the pure Yang avatar began to attack the Zhenchen Grand Formation, the protective divine ability around Lu Ping's body suddenly collapsed. The white lotus diagram that was attached to the heavenly water curtain spread out like flowing water beneath Lu Ping's feet, suppressing the sea of fire beneath his feet in one fell swoop. At the same time, the 12 Zhenchen pearls that had been soaked in the triple light's divine water flickered with a brilliant 5-colored light, temporarily suppressing the sea of fire around them. Every single Zhenchen pearl shot out 12 5-colored rays of light that connected the other 11 Zhenchen pearls and the white lotus diagram. Then, a 5-colored curtain of light began to spread along the 5-colored rays of light that connected the diagram to the Zhenchen pearls, forming a huge 5-colored space within the burning heaven fire prison, completely isolating it from the burning heaven fire prison. The 12 Zhenchen Grand Formation, complete. In the blink of an eye, the instant the primal hour Grand Formation was completely formed within the burning heaven hellfire Grand Formation, Yang Zhouxiao, along with the might of his pure Yang avatar, smashed into the 5-colored barrier of light of the Grand Formation. How could the might of a pure Yang avatar be underestimated? The Zhenchen Grand Formation shook violently, and Lu Ping's complexion suddenly turned purple. After fighting multiple battles and resisting the attacks of the burning heaven fire prison, the Zhenchen Grand Formation that had been painstakingly formed was now under the full force of Yang Zhouxiao's attack. Even someone as strong as Lu Ping was powerless to stop it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as the Zhenchen Grand Formation shook violently. But in the end, the Zhenchen Grand Formation still managed to withstand the impact of the Fire Phoenix avatar. The 12 Zhenchen Grand Formation was a life-bound formation that Lu Ping had been cultivating ever since he was in the blood condensation realm. How could 200 years of painstaking effort go to waste? With Yang Zhouxiao's foresight, he naturally knew that the Grand Formation in front of him was extraordinary. That was why the attack of the pure Yang avatar just now could be considered his full strength, but it had still failed. Yang Zhouxiao panicked. Based on his experience, if he couldn't break through this Grand Formation in the first place, he would have already fallen into Lu Ping's trap. Right now, he could only do his best to resist the attacks of the Zhenchen Grand Formation that Lu Ping was controlling to buy time, so that the burning heaven fire prison formation could completely destroy this formation within the formation from the outside. Yang Zhouxiao was confident that the might of the burning heaven fire prison formation that Luan Daoist had passed down to his descendants was definitely above Lu Ping's Zhenchen Grand Formation. After all, the burning heaven fire prison formation borrowed the power of heaven and earth, while this 5-colored space in front of him was laid down by Lu Ping alone. It was still possible for him to last inside the burning heaven fire prison formation for a period of time, but as time passed, he would definitely be refined by the burning heaven fire prison formation. But the crux of the problem was whether Yang Zhouxiao could last until the Zhenchen Grand Formation collapse. It was a good thing that Lu Ping had endured the power of the burning heaven fire prison formation to lay down this formation within a formation, so much so that he had already suffered internal injuries. However, when he thought of how ferocious Lu Ping had been when he had chased after him with a pure Yang spiritual treasure and the sword of true spirit, even the dignified Fire Phoenix clan leader felt his heart pound. Right now, the Zhenchen Grand Formation did not have as much space to dodge as the sky above Scarlet Mist Island. At this time, Yang Zhouxiao could only brace himself and attack Lu Ping first, hoping that he could seize the initiative. If he could seize the opportunity when Lu Ping was injured and heavily injure him, then this Zhenchen Grand Formation would naturally collapse on its own. However, what Yang Zhouxiao did not know was that Lu Ping had not only laid down this Zhenchen Grand Formation to isolate him from the burning Heaven Fire Prison Formation. As the strongest technique that Lu Ping had cultivated for more than 200 years and had never casually revealed, how could he only have this little trick up his sleeve? Just as Yang Zhouxiao mustered all his remaining courage and charged towards Lu Ping, who was still bleeding from the corner of his mouth, suddenly smiled. It was a complacent smile. Yang Zhouxiao's heart skipped a beat. The Fire Phoenix avatar that was charging towards Lu Ping was about to withdraw and defend itself, but since he had already made his move, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. He could only hope that the pure Yang avatar's power could completely break through the limits that Lu Ping could endure. But in the end, this was only Yang Zhouxiao's wishful thinking. Lu Ping fiercely clenched his open palm and spat out 2 words one at a time: "Overturn the heavens." The 5-colored space immediately fell into chaos. The pure Yang avatar that was originally charging towards Lu Ping was now getting further and further away from Lu Ping. At the same time, the tyrannical power of space tore at the Fire Phoenix avatar from all directions, and at the same time, it also tore at Yang Zhouxiao's physical body that was possessed by the pure Yang avatar. Yang Zhouxiao suddenly discovered that within this Zhenchen Grand Formation, not only was he losing control of his own body, he was also losing the ability to capture Lu Ping's figure. Just as Yang Zhouxiao was panicking, Lu Ping suddenly appeared beside him, the swords of true spirit transforming into 6 flood dragons that pounced towards his body. Yang Zhouxiao let out a loud roar and the Fire Phoenix avatar flapped its wings, instantly breaking free from the spatial tearing power of the Zhenchen Grand Formation. It also calmed the spatial fluctuations within a radius of several tens of feet around its body. But at this time, the 6 flood dragons had already pounced towards it, clashing with the pure Yang avatar. However, the Fire Phoenix was still a pure Yang avatar after all, so even though the 6 flood dragons were formed from the swords of true spirit, they were still at a disadvantage. Yang Zhouxiao swept his eyes across the area and discovered that Lu Ping had once again disappeared without him noticing. Inwardly cursing, he immediately discovered that Lu Ping had already appeared several tens of feet away from him. Purple-gold auspicious clouds rose behind him, and a strange flood dragon that carried an ancient aura suddenly stretched out its golden claws from within the auspicious clouds. Then, its entire body broke through the obstruction of the avatar's auspicious clouds, and a loud roar that shook even Yang Zhouxiao's consciousness rang out. The strange flood dragon avatar had already disappeared into the void, and when it reappeared, it had already joined the battle with the pure Yang Fire Phoenix, suppressing the life spirit fire attached to the pure Yang avatar in one fell swoop. Yang Zhouxiao finally revealed a look of shock, but he saw that Lu Ping had already taken out a pure Yang spirit artifact. Yang Zhouxiao wanted to block again, but in order to set up the Inferno Heaven-burning Inferno formation, the second Tribulation spirit artifact, the Fire Spirit Orb, had already fallen into the lava lake as the foundation of the formation. 2 blade lights cut through the air, and Yang Zhouxiao could no longer suppress the despair in his heart. Amidst his howls, he unleashed countless techniques and divine abilities, regardless of their power, but they all exploded into spiritual energy that filled the sky under the power of the scissors. A rain of blood rained down, and inside Zhenchen Grand Formation, the Fire Phoenix that was fighting with the dragon avatar let out a long, mournful cry. Chapter 1395. Volcanic eruptions on Scarlet Mist Island could be said to occur every day. However, to be able to cause the entire island to shake like the earth and mountains, this kind of movement seemed to have never happened before, except when Scarlet Mist Island emerged from the sea. Moreover, at this time, there was an unprecedented huge celestial phenomenon forming in the sky above Scarlet Mist Island. As the magma and fire stones danced in the sky, a huge cage was formed above the entire Scarlet Mist Island. The fire spiritual energy that filled the entire Scarlet Mist Island was swept away the moment the cage was formed. The drastic change on Scarlet Mist Island attracted the attention of all the nearby practitioners in an instant. The Fire Phoenix clan and the various sects of the North Sea began to retreat at the same time. As for the Junling practitioners who had already withdrawn from the battle, they were now gathered on the treasure ship, looking worriedly at the rising celestial phenomenon on the island. This is a volcanic eruption. After all, Tianchang Laozu's foresight was a notch lower. He thought that it was just a series of coincidental volcanic eruptions on Scarlet Mist Island that formed such a huge celestial phenomenon. Jiang Tianlin Laozu's expression was solemn as he said, "No, this is a man-made fire formation. It seems to be a formation evolved from a supreme magical power." Jiang Tianlin's words made everyone's heart sink. Lu Ping practiced a pure water-based technique, so this formation that had triggered such a huge celestial phenomenon was naturally targeted at Lu Ping. Such a powerful formation could trigger the power of heaven and earth, and its power could be said to be earth-shattering. It must have been done by the pure young Laozu Yang Zhouxiao himself. How could Lu Ping, who had just advanced to the late Dharma stage, survive in the face of such power? None of the Junling people dared to think further, but at this time, everyone's expression was not good. After a depressing silence, Tianqin Laozu suddenly said, "It seems to be a transformation of the supreme magical flame cage." No. Tianchang Laozu's expression was extremely ugly at this time. It's not a flame cage, it's a flaming hell that burns the heavens. A flaming hell that burns the heavens? A trace of doubt flashed across Jiang Tianlin's face as he said, "The mother-child geocentric fire can attract such power of heaven and earth?" Tian Cheng Laozu's face was also filled with confusion, but he still said, "It does seem more like the inferno heaven-burning inferno. Could it be that the Fire Phoenix race has mastered other secret techniques to execute the inferno heaven-burning inferno?" Xiong Lu Laozu, who was standing on the treasure ship with a gloomy expression, said anxiously, "Should we rescue him? After all, he is a pure young cultivator. If Marshal Nephew Lu is trapped by such a formation, he will be in danger." Jiang Tianlin suddenly stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A spatial fluctuation came from dozens of feet away from the treasure ship. Yin Tianchu staggered back to the treasure ship. Jiang Tianlin said solemnly, "Now is not the time to go to Scarlet Mist Island." Yin Tianchu said coldly, "I'm not going. Go kill them." Tianqin said sternly, "Murder? Kill who? A cultivator from the Fire Phoenix race? Right now, both sides have just stopped fighting. The Fire Phoenix race must be heavily guarded, and there are two great cultivators in charge. Although your assassination technique is exquisite, you want to die after killing one or two." Yin Tianchu's face turned red, but he still stayed on the treasure ship. However, he turned around and went into the secret room of the ship. A weak voice with a trace of apprehension suddenly sounded, Why don't you save Senior Marshal Brother Lu? Senior Marshal Brother Lu is in danger." Tianqin's cold gaze suddenly swept over, and a figure involuntarily hid behind Jiang Tianlin. The frost on Tianqin's face immediately disappeared. Jiang Tianxian was 60% afraid, 30% puzzled, and 10% inexplicable intimacy as she secretly looked at Tianqin. Jiang Tianlin saw that the cold Tianqin was also shocked when she looked at his daughter. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He touched his daughter's head and said, "If even your senior Marshal Brother Lu is in danger, everyone on this treasure ship will die for nothing." Jiang Tianxian obviously didn't believe it. She asked in a low voice with surprise, "Is ninth senior Marshal Brother more powerful than father?" Jiang Tianxian instinctively wanted to ask in a low voice, but no one here had sharp ears and eyes. Tianqin and the other second-generation disciples, or Yin Tianchu and the others, naturally had a clear idea of who was stronger and who was weaker. However, people like Ma Yu and Zhong Jian had no idea what level Lu Ping's cultivation had reached, let alone the other core forging adepts on the treasure ship who were also watching. Although Jiang Tianlin had revealed a lot of information in his words, it was naturally not as direct as Jiang Tianlin saying it himself. Jiang Tianlin laughed bitterly, but he didn't hide this matter. He said directly, "Amazing, he is comparable to a pure young cultivator." There was a gasp on the treasure ship, followed by uncontrollable excitement. Their own sect actually had a practitioner comparable to a pure young cultivator. This was a great boost to the morale of everyone in the Junling sect. comparable to a pure yang cultivator, after all, was still a level lower than a real pure yang cultivator. But so what? Don't forget that Tianping Laozu himself was a great adept at the late Dharma stage. Jiang Tianlin's words spread throughout the treasure ship in an instant. Jiang Tianxian learned from her father that ninth senior martial brother should not be in danger, so she happily followed Zhong Jian and Ma Yu back to the secret cabin. Tiancheng, Laozu, and the others also left, leaving only Mai Tianqin and Jiang Tianlin on the deck. Actually, you don't have to say it so clearly. Jiang Tianlin smiled and said, this matter can't be hidden, so it's better to use it to boost the morale of the disciples. Moreover, this is the truth. What's the use of these empty titles at such an old age? Moreover, being surpassed by one's own juniors is the proudest thing as a teacher. Xianxian, Xuanxuan's mind is still that of a child. I know, back then. I'm sorry. All these years. Thank you. The past is the past, there's no need to mention it. If you really want to pursue this matter, you should say these words of apology and gratitude to Tianling. We all owe her. Yes, we owe her. Mai Tianqin's expression changed, and it seemed that she wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. However, Jiang Tianlin had already turned around and entered the treasure ship. Closely monitor the central area of Scarlet Mist Island, and be ready to receive Marshal Nephew Tianping at any time. Mai Tianqin looked at Jiang Tianlin's back, and her wriggling lips finally turned into two words, okay. At the edge of the central area of Scarlet Mist Island, the flame spirit coffin, whose face was pale due to excessive blood loss, looked at the huge celestial phenomenon in front of it anxiously and excitedly. It muttered to itself, this is the sky-burning inferno formation. Lu Tianping actually forced grandfather to use the sky-burning inferno formation. This is the inheritance left by Luan Daoist to the Fire Phoenix clan. Lu Tianping will definitely die. Really? Who told you that? A hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the flame spirit coffin's ear. The flame spirit coffin's eyes widened in disbelief, and it wanted to escape without thinking. However, the moment this voice sounded, a ray of light suddenly broke through the red fog wall and flashed toward the flame spirit coffin. The fog wall behind it slowly took on the shape of a jet. The flame spirit coffin shouted, and a flaming saber more than 30 meters long condensed in front of it. It slashed at the light, but unexpectedly, it slashed the air. The flame spirit coffin's face was full of fear. It slowly lowered its head to look at its chest, but it didn't know when a big hole had appeared in its chest. It opened its mouth, but there was only a hee-hee sound left in its mouth. The loss of vitality caused its eyes to gradually lose color, and it finally fell backward slowly. Another ray of light broke through the wall of fire mist in front of him and paused for a moment above the corpse of the flame spirit coffin, looting all the storage artifacts on it. Then, with a gentle push, the corpse was sent into the flowing magma and turned into ashes. I was careless. I didn't expect to suffer such a big loss at the last moment. Lu Ping's heart was filled with hatred. Lu Ping calculated in every way possible. Finally, after summoning the 12 Zhenchen formation to trap Yang Zhouxiao, and then using the pure Yang spiritual treasure to kill Yang Zhouxiao's physical body, Lu Ping believed that Yang Zhouxiao was already 99% dead. Even if he had the pure Yang Dharma form, he could still take over Yang Zhouxiao's body and be reborn. However, where could he escape to now inside the Zhenchen formation? However, what Lu Ping did not know was that the pure Yang Dharma form that had survived its third lightning tribulation was vastly different from other Dharma idols. Without the support of a physical body, the other Dharma idols would only have the ability to escape even if they had a cultivator's divine sense attached to them. However, the pure Yang Dharma form had already completely absorbed the pure Yang energy. Without the support of a physical body, not only did the pure Yang Dharma form not weaken, it even took the opportunity to launch a counterattack, intending to perish together with Lu Ping. After killing Yang Zhouxiao, Lu Ping was already mentally and physically exhausted, so he could not help but relax a little. In that split second, the pure Yang Fire Phoenix Dharma form ignored the pincer attack from the Sword of True Spirit and the Dragon Dharma form, and its entire body turned into a ball of intense flames as it charged towards Lu Ping. The Fire Phoenix Dharma form was about to self-destruct. This time, Lu Ping's expression changed in fright. Already an arrow at the end of its flight, Lu Ping had no choice but to forcefully activate the Zhenchen formation once more. The entire space flipped, instantly distancing itself from the pure Yang Dharma form. Meanwhile, Lu Ping's internal organs were shaken, and his injuries worsened once more. At the same time, the Dragon Dharma form let out a roar and pounced on the pure Yang Dharma form. It bit the fire phoenix's neck and tore its head off its body. Mo Li was not to be outdone either. She pierced the pure Yang Dharma form's body with her sword, and a ball of flowing fire immediately gushed out from within. After doing all that, Lu Ping forcefully activated the Zhenchen formation once more. After separating the Dragon Dharma form and the Sword of True Spirit from the pure Yang Dharma form, he suddenly retracted the Zhenchen formation to protect himself. Meanwhile, the broken fire phoenix Dharma form had already been expelled into the sea of fire within the Zhenchen formation. With a muffled boom, the broken pure Yang Dharma form turned into a gigantic fireball, instantly merging completely with the sea of fire. Almost at the same time, Lu Ping also retracted the 12 Zhenchen pearls, which were in imminent danger under the scorching heat of the Inferno Heaven Burning formation. However, even though the pure Yang Dharma form's self-destruction had been weakened by the Dragon Dharma form and Mo Li's destruction, its power had instantly triggered the Inferno Heaven Burning formation, and it had almost completely destroyed the Zhenchen formation. Fortunately, Lu Ping had been alert and had retracted the Zhenchen pearls at the last moment to defend himself. Only then was he able to withstand the turbulence of the Sea of Fire. Although Yang Zhouxiao had died, there was still someone who knew what had happened in the inheritance space. Fortunately, the flame spirit coffin was clearly very confident in his grandfather and the Inferno Heaven Burning formation, so he did not leave just like that. Naturally, Lu Ping would not let him leave alive. Chapter 1396. As the Zhenling cultivators cried out in alarm, the ray of light finally broke through the protective shield of the ship and landed on the deck. A man covered in blood and burns stumbled a few steps, barely managing to steady himself with the help of the ship's railing. Then, he sat down on the deck with his back against the wall. "It's Tianping Laozu," everyone exclaimed. Obviously, they didn't expect the person in front of them to be the famous water sword deity of their sect. Jiang Tianlin, Mai Tianqin, and the others had already rushed to the deck when Lu Ping could no longer maintain the ray of light. Seeing Lu Ping in such a state, they all panicked. Jiang Tianlin walked to Lu Ping in 2 steps and patted Lu Ping's shoulder. A vast life force was injected into Lu Ping's body along with his inner yuan. He said in a low voice, "How is it?" Lu Ping forced a smile and said, "Yang Zhouxiao is dead. Get ready. The leader of the Fire Phoenix clan, Yang Zhouxiao, is dead. Chunyang Laozu is dead." Before everyone could react to this heavy news, Lu Ping had already returned to the secret room of the ship, surrounded by Jiang Tianlin and the others. With a boom, the whispers of the Zhenling cultivators on the ship suddenly turned into cheers. How did Yang Zhouxiao die? Who killed him? Could it be that he died at the hands of water sword deity Lu Tianping Laozu? Just as everyone in Zhenling was discussing this, a few Zhenling Dharma deities, Laozu, appeared to quell everyone's speculations and forbid the news from leaking. At the same time, beams of light rose from the treasured ship one after another. A few Zhenling sect's Dharma adepts led their own core forging disciples into Scarlet Mist Island to expand Zhenling sect's territory. At the same time, the news of Yang Zhouxiao's death had also reached Tianling Mountain, and sect leader Liu Tianling would most likely send reinforcements soon. In the secret room of the ship, Jiang Tianlin and Mai Tianqin were sitting opposite Lu Ping. Because this matter was of great importance, especially the news of Yang Zhouxiao's death, no one except Zhenling knew about it. It was time to seize the initiative, so Lu Ping didn't go into seclusion to heal his injuries. Instead, he swallowed a few top-grade healing pills and forced himself to discuss with Jiang Tianlin and Mai Tianqin about how to deal with the aftermath. Lu Ping briefly explained the process of his fight with Yang Zhouxiao, but to the two of them, it was still thrilling. When they heard that Yang Zhouxiao's goal was Luan Daoist's inheritance, they both cried out in shock. When Lu Ping admitted that Yang Zhouxiao had indeed died at his hands, even though the two of them were prepared, they still couldn't suppress the disbelief on their faces. After a long while, Jiang Tianlin came back to his senses and said, "We've already sent out our disciples. This time, we should be able to take over half of Scarlet Mist Island's territory before the Fire Phoenix tribe and the other sects of the North Sea can react. Tianling Mountain also has reinforcements, which should be led by Tianshan Jr. This time, our sect has gathered 2 great adepts, 5 mid-Dharma adepts, and several early Dharma adepts on Scarlet Mist Island. This time, our sect has gathered 2 great adepts, 5 mid-Dharma adepts, and several early Dharma adepts. This should be enough to intimidate the sects of the North Sea after the Fire Phoenix tribe leaves." Lu Ping nodded and said, "That should be enough. We still have a ship, but the news of my injuries must be kept a secret. Also, we can forget about taking over the territory on the outskirts of Scarlet Mist Island this time. If the sects of the North Sea unite against us, we can even take a step back, but we must concentrate our forces to take over the central area. The real treasures of Scarlet Mist Island are all in the central area. This time, we'll need Uncle Master, Tianqin, and Tiancheng to take action personally. This is the best time to take over the treasures." Jiang Tianlin pondered for a moment and said, "I'll try my best, but the central area is full of dangers and the environment is dangerous. Although Tianqin, Tiancheng, and I can go in and out without any problems, it'll be extremely difficult for the disciples of the sect to guard it." Lu Ping coughed twice and forced a smile. "That won't happen. The environment of Scarlet Mist Island is dangerous, but it's formed by the fire veins that cover the entire island. Now that Yang Zhouxiao has sunk a second tribulation spirit treasure into the main fire vein of Scarlet Mist Island, the danger level of the remaining scattered fire veins will naturally be greatly reduced without the support of the main vein. However, the fire attribute cultivation resources in the central area of Scarlet Mist Island will not decrease, especially since many fire veins have been nurtured for thousands of years. There should be a lot of spirit fire and mystical fire seeds inside. This is the best time to seize them." Hearing this, Jiang Tianlin immediately relaxed. However, he immediately began to think about the cultivation resources in the central area of Scarlet Mist Island. The fire attribute cultivation world inside Scarlet Mist Island had always been coveted by the various sects, but they couldn't develop it due to the dangerous environment inside. Now that the scattered fire veins on Scarlet Mist Island had been contained, Zhenling naturally had to seize it before the other sects did. At this time, Mai Tianqin opened her mouth and asked about the Burning Hell Formation. "Marshal Nephew Lu, how is the situation inside the Burning Hell Formation? If we can break it, not to mention Yang Zhouxiao's second tribulation spirit treasure, just the main fire vein's value is probably not any less than a giant spirit vein." Mai Tianqin's own attainments in fire were quite profound, and she was the current manager of the Pill Pavilion, so she naturally knew the importance of a large fire vein to Zhenling. Not to mention anything else, after Zhenling had drawn the medium fire vein that caused Scarlet Mist Island to rise from the bottom of the sea to Tianling Mountain, it had played an extremely important role in the development of the Pill Pavilion and shortening the time needed to repair the treasured ship. Lu Ping laughed bitterly and said, "How could Disciple not know? It's just that the formation has already been formed, and Yang Zhouxiao is dead. If I want to break it, I can only enter the formation. Originally, Disciple might have been able to break it if I had waited for my injuries to heal before entering the formation. However, after I killed Yang Zhouxiao, the pure Yang avatar merged most of its essence into the formation's sea of fire while it was collapsing, causing the Burning Hell Formation to become even more powerful. Now, even if Disciple's injuries are completely healed, I won't be able to escape from this formation." "Is that so?" Mai Tianqin was clearly a little disappointed. Jiang Tianlin smiled at the side and said, "Don't worry, since even junior nephew Lu isn't confident that he can freely enter and exit this Burning Hell Formation, others naturally won't be able to take away the treasures in the formation. Moreover, only our sect knows about the large fire vein. If we don't say anything, even if the other sects are suspicious, they will only lose manpower in vain if they enter." Mai Tianqin also smiled and said, "You are too greedy. In that case, there's no time to lose, let's make our move as soon as possible." Unexpectedly, just as Mai Tianqin stood up, she heard Lu Ping say, "Don't be anxious, junior uncle. Lu Ping swept his hand across the square table in front of him, and a row of 6 feathers of different sizes wrapped in a rainbow-colored light appeared on the table. Mai Tianqin and Jiang Tianlin glanced at each other, knowing that these were the treasures of the Luan Daoist that Lu Ping had obtained from the heaven's abode. Yang Zhouxiao died at Lu Ping's hands, so all of his treasures naturally fell into Lu Ping's hands. Unfortunately, according to Yang Zhouxiao, the Luan Daoist should have left behind 7 natal feathers, and the one that Tian Cheng Laozu snatched from a fire phoenix race cultivator was activated by Mai Tianqin. The fire phoenix race had obtained 2 natal feathers, one of which was in Yang Zhouxiao's possession, while the other was in the hands of the pure Yang Laozu of the fire phoenix race. Therefore, there were only 6 natal feathers in Lu Ping's possession. Lu Ping handed the second feather from the left to Mai Tianqin and said, "Junior uncle, this is the feather you obtained earlier." The Luan Daoist should have 7 natal feathers, and one of them is in the hands of the pure Yang Laozu of the Eastern Sea Fire Phoenix race. Mai Tianqin accepted the feather and said with a smile, "Although this is a heaven-opening relic, and the intent contained within it seems to contain an extremely powerful technique, I still have no idea what it is." However, Lu Ping smiled and said to Jiang Tianlin, "Senior uncle, you should choose one as well." Jiang Tianlin was a little confused, but he still chose one of the 5 remaining feathers based on his intuition and said, "Junior nephew Lu, do you know a thing or two about this?" Lu Ping nodded and said seriously, "The 7 natal feathers left behind by the Luan Daoist not only contain the cultivation methods of 7 supreme divine abilities, but also the heaven-opening relic. These 7 feathers can only be sensed and inherited by cultivators with the Luan bloodline. Senior uncle Tianqin and senior uncle are both cultivators with the Luan bloodline, so it is possible for you to inherit the heaven-opening relic. Unfortunately, our sect only has 6 of these feathers. The heaven-opening relic." Even Jiang Tianlin was shocked when he heard this news. In the cultivation world, only the 6 sacred lands, Xiao Baiyu, Lu Ping, and other extremely powerful and lucky cultivators had the complete inheritance of the heaven-opening relic. The 2 of them didn't expect that they would also have the opportunity to inherit the heaven-opening relic. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Lu Ping had to say, "Although there is the inheritance of the heaven-opening relic inside, it is not certain that you will be able to obtain it. It is only a possibility. However, junior uncle Tianqin has already been recognized by that feather, and that intent will naturally guide you to the cultivation method of the heaven-opening relic. Whether senior uncle Jiang can obtain it or not will depend on your luck." Jiang Tianlin smiled and said, "It is good that there is this opportunity." Looking at the remaining 4 feathers on the table, Jiang Tianlin asked, "What do you plan to do with the remaining 4 feathers?" Lu Ping said, "These 6 feathers not only contain the inheritance of the Luan Daoist's heaven-opening relic, but more importantly, there are 6 heaven-opening relics sealed within them. Moreover, the heaven-opening relic was personally sealed by the Luan Daoist. Although I cannot inherit this inheritance, I can try to suppress the intent of the Luan Daoist so that I can activate the sealed heaven-opening relic at any time." Hearing this, Jiang Tianlin was shocked at first, but then he became overjoyed. He said, "In this way, our sect can be considered to have a true treasure to stabilize the sect's fate." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Yes, once the Luan Daoist uses the heaven-opening relic, no one in the world can be his match except for the 7th patriarch of the heaven-opening relic." Jiang Tianlin stared at the feather in his hand and said in a deep voice, "This item cannot be used unless the sect is in danger." Lu Ping agreed, "With this item, the sect's inheritance will not be destroyed." Chapter 1397. The Fire Phoenix clan had suddenly retreated. Without any warning, on the morning of the 3rd day after the huge astronomical phenomenon erupted in the central region of Scarlet Mist Island, the Fire Phoenix clan suddenly retreated while the various sects of the North Sea were still confused. After discovering that the Fire Phoenix clan had retreated, the various sects of the North Sea quickly organized a hunt. Laozu of Tianshan, who had hurried over as reinforcements, also participated in the hunt. After a round of fighting, both sides suffered casualties, but in the end, they were unable to stop the Fire Phoenix clan's cultivators from retreating. The Fire Phoenix clan's cultivators had obviously left under the cover of the night, and they seemed to be in a hurry. They didn't even have time to tidy up the base they had set up at the edge of Scarlet Mist Island. Judging from the large amount of cultivation resources left in the base, the Fire Phoenix clan had obviously planned to stay here for a long time. However, why had they left without a word? There was something strange about this place, causing the various sects of the North Sea to be bewildered. However, one thing was certain. Something big must have happened to the Fire Phoenix clan, which was why they had left the North Sea in such a hurry. However, whether this was good or bad for the Fire Phoenix clan, or whether it had anything to do with the various sects of the North Sea, was unknown. Soon, someone connected the huge astronomical phenomenon that had erupted in the central region of Scarlet Mist Island to the Fire Phoenix clan's retreat. On the second day after the Fire Phoenix clan's cultivators retreated, the area that had originally been occupied by the Fire Phoenix clan's cultivators on Scarlet Mist Island immediately became a target for the various sects of the North Sea. However, just as the various sects fought over the area occupied by the Fire Phoenix clan, and after several clashes broke out, Junling had already quietly controlled nearly half of the territory on the periphery of Scarlet Mist Island. The cultivators of the various sects who had entered the central region of Scarlet Mist Island to check on the situation returned with an inexplicably exciting piece of news. The originally dangerous central region had slowly become peaceful. Although there were still flowing magma, volcanic eruptions, and blazing flames and poisonous smoke, the magma flowing everywhere was clearly decreasing. The ground that had been so hot that it felt like it could spew out scarlet magma at any time was now cooling down. The frequency of volcanic eruptions seemed to have decreased, and the intensity of eruptions was also weakening. The areas that had been filled with blazing flames and poisonous smoke also seemed to be dissipating. After everything slowly calmed down, the cultivators of the various sects realized that the central region, which they thought contained abundant cultivation resources, was actually much more abundant than they had imagined. On the third day of the formation of the Scarlet Mist Island, the sects of the North Sea were still fighting for the empty space left by the Fire Phoenix race on the outskirts of Scarlet Mist Island. Even though the dangerous environment in the central region of Scarlet Mist Island had just started to improve but was still dangerous, every sect could not wait to send at least one Dharma adept to lead a group of core forging disciples into the central region. While they were fighting for the training resources inside, they were also trying to establish their own territories in the central region. Once again, conflicts were inevitable. Be it in terms of quantity or quality, there were far more cultivation resources compared to the outer regions. Due to that, the cultivators from the various sects who were in charge of expanding their territory were inevitably forced to fight for those cultivation resources. During this period of time, although the Dharma adepts of the various sects were restraining them, it did not mean that they did not connive behind the scenes. Hence, the conflicts between the various sects also calmed down after erupting, and then exploded again after calming down, until the adepts of the various sects met with Junling, strong. Compared to the rise of Junling over the years, in order to prevent the various sects from forming an alliance, this time, in the fight for the central region of Scarlet Mist Island, Junling's performance was unusually strong. It could even be described as aggressive. In fact, after the adepts of the various sects came into contact with Junling, they realized that Junling seemed to have entered the central region of Scarlet Mist Island one step ahead of the other sects. They had even begun to delineate their territories while the various sects were still exploring the central region of Scarlet Mist Island and had begun to build stations to surround and defend the occupied areas. It was precisely because of the advantage of 2 days that Junling was able to occupy a large area of the central region first. Furthermore, it was constantly expanding its occupied area. The conflicts between the various sects and Junling also occurred during this process. This time, Junling's performance was quite strong. In several encounters with Junling, the core forging disciples of the various sects were repelled by Junling's adepts. During this period, there were even varying degrees of casualties. Fortunately, the Dharma adepts of both sides, Laozu, were restrained. The various sects were afraid of Junling's strength, and Junling did not want to provoke the various sects too much. Instead, it pushed them towards an alliance. However, Junling had made more preparations than the various sects of the North Sea. They had entered the central region with more Dharma adepts and core forging disciples. Naturally, they were more confident. This time, the encirclement of the central region of Scarlet Mist Island was under Jiang Tianlin's overall command. On the sea outside the island, there was also Lu Tianping and Laozu, who could kill pure Yang warriors, guarding the island. Just thinking about this was enough to make Junling full of confidence in the fight for the central region of Scarlet Mist Island this time. Although Jiang Tianlin had strictly ordered Junling not to take the initiative to provoke the cultivators of the various sects, he also hinted that they could not be afraid of trouble, and they could not give up the expanded area of influence. The effect of this order on Junling was that when the Junling cultivators encountered the cultivators of the various sects, although the Junling cultivators did not take the initiative to provoke them, the expressions and tone that they showed were, "Hurry up and provoke me, hurry up and make the first move. Why aren't you making the first move?" The conflict first started when the Ling Jiyu sect and the Fei Yu sect joined forces and encountered the Junling cultivators. The disciples of the two sects took the initiative to attack first, wanting to seize a small fire jade mine from a small group of Junling cultivators. By the time Zhong Jian and Ma Yu heard the news and rushed over, the conflict between the two sides had already escalated. The Junling side was at a disadvantage, so the disciples of the two sects took the initiative to attack and injure 3 people, while the cultivators of the two sects were also seriously injured by Junling's counterattack. When the two of them rushed over, the 2 Dharma adepts of the Ling Jiyu sect and the Fei Yu sect had already arrived. Although these 2 Dharma adepts did not bully the weak, they used the aura of Dharma Laozu to force the Junling cultivators to give up this fire jade mine. This time, Zhong Jian and Ma Yu's dual sword amalgamation was the first to strike. In one move, the 2 Dharma adepts were surrounded by the sword light. Amidst the cheers of the disciples from the 3 sects, the 2 Dharma adepts were easily suppressed by Zhong Jian and Ma Yu's secret combined attack. Fortunately, Jiang Tianlin had instructed them beforehand. After Zhong Jian and Ma Yu expressed their unwillingness to give up, they did not want to seriously injure the 2. Hence, they kept their swords and stood in front of the cultivators of their own sects to protect them. As for the 2 second-generation cultivators of the Ling Jiyu sect and the Fei Yu sect, when they escaped from the combined attack of the 2 sects, they understood that Junling did not want to give up. They did not care about the shame and anger of being trampled on by the younger generation and hurriedly left the place with the disciples of their sects. The cheers of the Junling disciples behind them made the departure of the 2 sects seem more like they were fleeing. Compared to the attitude of the Ling Jiyu sect and the Fei Yu sect when they were ahead, Tian Cheng Laozu directly used the Inferno formation to seriously injure Lin Shuqing, who was also at the mid-Dharma stage, during a conflict with the Xian Ling sect cultivators. This time, the conflict was because of a small magma lake that had nurtured 5 fire seeds of heaven and earth. Immediately after, there was news that Mai Tianqin had forced the mid-Dharma adepts of the Hai Yang sect to retreat during a fight over an open-air red firestone mine. In the process of fighting over the mine, there were casualties among the core forging cultivators from both sides. However, it was obvious that the casualties were the disciples of the Hai Yang sect. Otherwise, with Mai Tianqin's protectiveness, she would not have only forced the Dharma adepts to retreat. All these years, the relationship between the Shuiyang Pavilion and the Junling sect had been quite harmonious. However, during the fight over an open fire vein, Guo Tianshan had arrived first, and the Shuiyang Pavilion cultivators had arrived later. The 2 sides did not break into a conflict, but the Shuiyang Pavilion cultivators had retreated in the end. As for the Yuzhen sect, the Chongming sect, and the other sects and forces of the North Sea, when the cultivators neared the territory that Junling had marked out in advance, they were also forced to retreat by the 3-generation Dharma adepts, Tianhui, Tianxian, and Tianfeng. Immediately after that, there was another piece of news that touched the sensitive nerves of the various sects. The Kanghai sect cultivators and the Junling disciples had fought over a high-grade earth-level fire of heaven and earth. The 2 sects had a long-standing grudge, and the conflict kept escalating. In the process of the conflict, there were casualties on both sides. However, because the Junling cultivators had entered the central area in advance to occupy the territory, even though they were prepared, it was inevitable that they were outnumbered due to the large area they occupied. The Blue Sea sect was still in the process of exploring, so they had more people than the Zhenling cultivators stationed here. As a result, the Zhenling were clearly at a disadvantage in this conflict. However, just as Lao Zu of the East Lake of the Azure Sea sect heard the news and rushed to the site of the conflict, he suddenly disappeared. The Zhenling cultivators who rushed over from another encampment met up with the cultivators of the Azure Sea sect and joined forces to defeat the cultivators of the Azure Sea sect. In the end, the Azure Sea sect only managed to retreat after suffering more than 10 casualties. A Dharma adept had mysteriously disappeared. If he was alive, no one could find him. If he was dead, no one could find his corpse. Just as Dongkuan Laozu of the Azure Sea sect gathered the Dharma adepts of the various sects in an attempt to denounce Zhenling, Jiang Tianlin appear. Casually interrupting Dongkuan Laozu's bluster, Jiang Tianlin casually expressed to the cultivators of the various sects that Zhenling would not offend others if they did not offend him. After that, he left the Dharma adepts of the various sects behind and left. As for the disappearance of the Dharma adept of the Azure Sea sect, Jiang Tianlin did not care about it from the beginning to the end. The deterrence of a great adept was enough to make the various sects restrain their ambitions. Dongkuan Laozu still tried to encourage the various sects to join forces. However, at this time, the Dharma adepts of the various sects had already gathered all the Dharma adepts that Zhenling had appeared in the central area of the city. This time, even Dongkuan Laozu did not say anything. Throughout the conflicts between the various sects and Zhenling, 9 Dharma adepts had appeared on Zhenling's side. Among them was Jiang Tianlin, a great adept. Although the cultivators of the various sects maintained a calm expression on their faces, which one of them was not trembling violently in their hearts? If Dongkuan Laozu had really died at the hands of Zhenling, then the person who could kill him without anyone noticing would at least be a mid-Dharma adept. Then, at this time, in the central area of Scarlet Mist Island, Zhenling had already gathered at least 10 Dharma adepts. This was only a portion of Zhenling's strength that he had revealed. A hot gust of wind blew past, and the cultivators of the various sects all felt a chill in their hearts. Unknowingly, Zhenling had already become so powerful. Chapter 1398. The sects of the North Sea had taken Scarlet Mist Island seriously, but when Zhenling sent out more than 10 Dharma adepts, led by a great adept, as well as a treasured ship and a North Sea water sword deity, whose combat ability was no less than that of a great adept, the sects of the North Sea were at a loss. His tyrannical strength, in addition to his prior judgment, allowed Zhenling to have the upper hand in the process of redividing Scarlet Mist Island. The entire Scarlet Mist Island was a large island with a circumference of 800 miles. The outer area was eventually occupied by Zhenling's family, and the central area, which had the most training resources, was occupied by 70% of the area after Zhenling took the lead. However, Zhenling's tyrannical behavior caused the first 3 to 4 days of the drastic change in Scarlet Mist Island. Although the sects dared not speak up because of the large number of Dharma adepts Zhenling had, after a few days, more or less reinforcements arrived on Scarlet Mist Island. The 3 Dharma adepts Laozu of the Blue Sea sect, Dongkuan, Dongguo, and Dongyi, were jumping around the sects of the North Sea, trying to unite the sects to put pressure on Zhenling and give up part of the central area. At this time, in order to relieve the pressure on the Zhenling sect, and also because they were really short on manpower, Zhenling sect had gathered so many Dharma adepts, but they still had their own responsibilities and could not stay here for long. Once they left, the adepts left behind would not be able to guard so many areas. Thus, under Mai Tianqin's plan, the east side of the central area was secretly given to a few small North Sea factions with Dharma adepts. At the same time, the west side was also given to a few other medium-sized sects that were slightly weaker but had good relations with the Zhenling sect, the Yujian sect, the Chongming sect, and the Shuiyang Pavilion. Of course, when Zhenling retreated from these 2 areas, he had already looted as much of the cultivation resources as possible. Even so, for a few of the smaller sects, being able to establish a foothold in the central area was already an extremely fortunate thing. Although the 3 sects on the west side had some complaints, they had benefited from Zhenling for free, so it was naturally not good for them to stand on the opposite side of Zhenling. In this way, Zhenling already had a barrier on both the east and west sides of his territory. Even if the remaining few sects joined forces, Junling wouldn't have to worry about them. However, a few days later, the clamoring voices of the various sects in the North Sea that were Junling and domineering began to die down. Even the Azure Sea sect, which had been the most active before, quietened down. Just when the North Sea's cultivation world was confused, a piece of news that could shake the entire cultivation world came from the East Sea. The patriarch of the Fire Phoenix race, the pure young cultivator Yang Zhouxiao, had fallen in the North Sea. The mystery of why the Fire Phoenix race had retreated from the North Sea in such a hurry seemed to have been instantly revealed. The reason why Junling had been able to seize the initiative and occupy Scarlet Mist Island before the other sects, aside from the fact that Junling's own sect was able to divert more manpower during the process of hunting down the Fire Phoenix race, was most likely because Junling had already made preparations for the Fire Phoenix race's retreat. Didn't that mean that Junling had already known about Yang Zhouxiao's death? But the problem was, how did Junling know about Yang Zhouxiao's death first? When they thought of the enormous astronomical phenomenon that had risen from the central area of Scarlet Mist Island and hadn't dissipated until now, the North Sea cultivators were almost certain that Yang Zhouxiao's death had something to do with it. But how exactly did he die? Very quickly, experienced and knowledgeable cultivators recognized that the astronomical phenomenon that hadn't dissipated in the central area of Scarlet Mist Island was a formation. Furthermore, it was a formation that didn't pass through the Earthfire Inferno formation. After that, when the various sects had entered the central area of Scarlet Mist Island, there had been people who had taken the risk to enter the central area to investigate. However, these people had all lost contact with each other after entering. But then, there was news that said that on the day of the battle between the various sects and the Fire Phoenix race, the Fire Phoenix race leader had not appeared, but it was said that Junling and a few other cultivators had entered the central area of Scarlet Mist Island. Among them was Junling's water sword deity, Lu Tianping. After that, even more unbelievable news came from the Fire Phoenix race of the East Sea, saying that Yang Zhouxiao had encountered the North Sea Junling cultivators in the central area. That North Sea water sword deity, Lu Tianping, had single-handedly escaped from Yang Zhouxiao's hand. When the news spread, it shocked the world of cultivation once again. However, this was clearly not something that a mid-Dharma adept could do, so the world of cultivation guessed that the North Sea water sword deity must have already advanced to the late Dharma stage. After Xiao Baiyu, there had been another person in the world of cultivation who could challenge a pure yang adept as a late Dharma adept. But then, some people speculated that since Lu Tianping had the ability to escape unscathed from a pure yang adept, could Yang Zhouxiao's death this time have something to do with this North Sea water sword deity? After all, back then, the Fire Phoenix race leader had sent away the other members of the race who had entered the central area of Scarlet Mist Island. Only his grandson, the Flame Coffin, had been left there. No one knew what they were doing. If they had really been ambushed by the hidden Lu Tianping at a critical juncture, it did not seem impossible. It was precisely because of this news that the various sects of the North Sea were hesitant. A Lu Tianping who could go against a pure yang adept. It was no wonder that Junling had the guts to claim half of Scarlet Mist Island as his own territory, even at the expense of making the entire North Sea his enemy. And just as the situation in the North Sea cultivation world was gradually calming down, a rumor once again piqued the interest of everyone in the world of cultivation, turning their attention to the North Sea cultivation world. The Fire Phoenix race had gone through so much trouble on Scarlet Mist Island. At the last moment, Yang Zhouxiao had even avoided the other practitioners in the race, only bringing his grandson and grandson to stay in the central area of Scarlet Mist Island. What were they looking for? But no matter what it was, to be able to make a pure yang adept go to such lengths, it must be an earth-shattering treasure. For a time, the entire world of cultivation had different opinions about what this treasure was, but most of the practitioners still guessed that it was Luan Daoist's heaven-opening relic. Only then would it be worth it for a pure yang adept to lead his clan's elites on an expedition to the North Sea, and even risk becoming the enemy of the entire North Sea cultivation world to go to war with the various sects of the North Sea on Scarlet Mist Island. However, from the beginning to the end, the Fire Phoenix race did not make any response to the matter in the North Sea after returning to the East Sea. The death of a pure young adept was enough to greatly damage the Fire Phoenix race's vitality. Although the clan still had a pure young adept, Laozu, he was an elder who was even more senior than Yang Zhouxiao. He had less than 200 or 300 years left in his lifespan, and he rarely showed his face. Most of the time, he was just a deterrent within the clan. After the Fire Phoenix race's cultivators hurriedly retreated from the North Sea, this Laozu gave the order to seal off the volcanoes, causing the entire Fire Phoenix race to enter a half-sealed mountain. Since they could not obtain any information about the heaven-opening relic from the hands of the Fire Phoenix race, many practitioners rushed to Scarlet Mist Island in the North Sea in an attempt to personally understand the situation. These days, many practitioners from the outside world had snuck into Scarlet Mist Island in an attempt to enter the Great Inferno formation to find out what was going on. However, after everyone had entered, there was no news of them, causing these people who had come from outside the North Sea to grow wary. But soon, there was news that Yang Zhouxiao had finally died on Scarlet Mist Island. If he had really died at the hands of the North Sea Water Sword deity, did that mean that the item that Yang Zhouxiao had obtained on Scarlet Mist Island was now in the hands of Lu Qianping? So, there were people who tried to break a gap in the information from Zhenling. However, Zhenling was no longer a medium-sized sect in the North Sea. Even though their treasured ship had yet to set sail, Zhenling, who had 20 Dharma adepts, was already a behemoth in the North Sea training world, causing these practitioners from outside the North Sea to shrink back at the sight of them. And in reality, their guess was right. Yang Zhouxiao had indeed died at the hands of Lu Ping, and Yang Zhouxiao's ultimate goal in coming to Scarlet Mist Island had long fallen into the hands of Zhenling. At this moment, Lu Ping was immersed in the joy of counting the spoils of war that he had obtained from Yang Zhouxiao and the Flame Coffin. As the leader of the Fire Phoenix clan and the grandson of the first wife, Yang Zhouxiao and the Flame Coffin were undoubtedly extremely wealthy, to the extent that it left Lu Ping dumbfounded. And the most obvious evidence of this was the number of top-grade spirit stones in their storage artifact. As the only 3 great adepts in Zhenling, Lu Ping was very clear about Zhenling's wealth. However, when Lu Ping discovered that the number of top-grade spirit stones that Yang Zhouxiao alone had on him was equivalent to the 5 to 6 years' worth of all the Dharma adepts in Zhenling, even Lu Ping's experience of stealing thousands of top-grade spirit stones from the large spirit stone mine on Phantom Island paled in comparison. One had to know that an early Dharma adept in Zhenling only received 5 top-grade spirit stones a year, a mid-Dharma adept received 10, and Jiang Qianlin and the other 2 great adepts received no more than 20 each. This meant that the total amount of top-grade spirit stones they received in a year was less than 300. And just the Flame Coffin alone, a mid-Dharma adept, had nearly 200 top-grade spirit stones on him. This made Lu Ping sigh in awe. This pair of grandfather and grandson were truly wealthy. Even though the Fire Phoenix clan was a large clan with a long history in the world of practitioners, this level of wealth was still a little too much. Unless they had the same fortuitous encounters as Lu Ping could only suspect that the leader of the Fire Phoenix clan, Yang Zhouxiao, was simply stuffing his own pockets with his own wealth. Aside from the top-grade spirit stones, when Lu Ping was taking inventory of Yang Zhouxiao's storage artifacts, the first thing that caught his eye was the jade scroll that recorded the secret techniques of the Fire Phoenix clan's Inferno sky-burning formation. Lu Ping had not expected that this kind of secret technique, which could be considered the trump card of any clan, would actually be on Yang Zhouxiao's person. However, who would have thought that a pure young adept would fall at the hands of Lu Ping? This kind of large-scale formation that had been personally passed down by the Luan Daoist could actually be considered a remarkable technique. Furthermore, if the Inferno sky-burning formation could be completely set up, it could definitely be used as a protective formation to protect the clan. Chapter 1399. Yang Zhouxiao's collection spanned over 1,000 years, and in Lu Ping's opinion, it was more than enough to match up to a medium-sized sect's several thousand years' worth of collection. The most important among them was naturally the cultivation heritage of the Fire Phoenix race. Originally, Lu Ping had been worrying about how Lu Qina was going to obtain the complete heritage secret arts of the Fire Phoenix race. He never thought that the Fire Phoenix race's patriarch would actually possess the complete set of heritage secret arts. This was quite a surprise to Lu Ping. It seemed that this Fire Phoenix race's patriarch was truly a model example of balancing public and private interests. The heritage secret arts of the Fire Phoenix race were all-encompassing. It was based on several cultivation techniques of the Fire Phoenix race, supplemented by various divine abilities and secret arts, the refinement of natal magic artifacts and spirit treasures, various spirit pills and medicines required for cultivation, spirit flame diagrams, identification of fire veins, related inheritance of formations, talismans, artifact forging, pill concocting, and so on. It was practically an encyclopedia of heritage secret arts related to the fire attribute. He made 2 copies of the heritage secret arts of the Fire Phoenix race, one for Lu Qina, one for himself, and the original for the sect's collection. Among all of Lu Ping's disciples and followers, other than the heaven-stealing divine axe in Dabao's possession, Lu Qina was the first person to possess a spirit treasure. Lu Qina's wings had completely transformed into a pair of fire wings, soaring up and down inside the House of Gold while letting out clear cries of excitement. This pair of fire wings was a tribulation spirit treasure found in Yang Zhouxiao's storage artifact. When Lu Ping saw this pair of fire wings, he too was shocked. This was clearly a spirit treasure that could be used for both flight and combat. If Yang Zhouxiao had used this pair of spirit treasures to escape after trapping Lu Ping with the heaven-burning inferno formation, even with the Zhenchen formation, Lu Ping might not have been able to trap him. Unfortunately, Yang Zhouxiao thought that victory was in his grasp and tried to kill Lu Ping inside the formation, only to fall into Lu Ping's trap instead. The flame spirit coffin originally possessed a tribulation spirit treasure as well, but unfortunately, its core space was shattered by Lu Ping's attack outside the formation. All the spirit treasures and artifacts nurtured inside were crushed into pieces during the spatial collapse. Not a single intact artifact was left behind, causing Lu Ping to curse his bad luck. There were still a lot of things left, but unfortunately, Lu Ping did not have the time to sort them out one by one. Fortunately, Lu Ping had Dabao, who was extremely attentive to such matters. As for Lu Qina, she was clearly more interested in obtaining the things she needed for her own cultivation from Yang Zhouxiao's collection. Thus, Lu Ping left the rest to the 2 of them. As for Lu Ping, he took the formation diagram of the heaven-burning inferno formation passed down from the Fire Phoenix clan and gave it to Tian Cheng Laozu first. Tian Cheng Laozu acted as if he had received a priceless treasure and immediately went into seclusion on Scarlet Mist Island. Once he thoroughly understood the formation, it was not difficult for Tian Cheng Laozu to decipher it. Then, Lu Ping handed the copied array diagram to Xian Hu to decipher. Deng Xianming was currently on Failing Island, but with enlightened Master Xian Chen's guidance and the array diagram in hand, it wouldn't be difficult for Xian Hu to decipher it. However, Lu Ping did not want to decipher the entire formation in the central area. Instead, he wanted to secretly open up a passageway in and out of the formation within the area under Zhenling's control. Why not just break this formation? Black Fox was puzzled by Lu Ping's intentions. Why break it? In order to enter this formation and explore it, the various sects of the North Sea have already sacrificed so many people. If we break it, won't we be letting them off easy? We can just quietly open up a passageway so that only our sect's cultivators can enter. That way, the central area of Scarlet Mist Island will unknowingly belong to our sect, explained Lu Ping with a smile. Just like how you discovered the secret passageway in and out of Failing Island. Black Fox rolled her eyes at Lu Ping. She thought about the result of her discussion with Sage Xian Chen and said, if we only open up one passageway, not only will it be much more difficult, the dangers inside will also be unavoidable. Lu Ping did not mind at all and said, even if the dangers inside are not weakened at all, didn't I still manage to kill Yang Zhouxiao and come out unscathed? Black Fox wrinkled her nose and harumphed. Clearly, she was very dissatisfied with the risk Lu Ping had taken back then. However, she knew that Lu Ping was right. Lu Ping looked at Black Fox's rising appearance and could not help but smile. He said, don't worry. The area enveloped by the Great Inferno Formation is the central area of Scarlet Mist Island. Who knows how many rare treasures are hidden there? Moreover, due to the existence of the main fire vein of Scarlet Mist Island, there will be an endless supply of all kinds of fire attribute natural treasures, especially the fire seeds of some worldly and mystical fires. If we can open up a secret passageway into the formation, even if there are some dangers inside, it will be completely worth it when compared to the rewards. Black Fox knew that what Lu Ping said was reasonable, so she said, actually, although this great inferno formation is powerful, in reality, it was set up by Yang Zhouxiao in a hurry. Although there is a second tribulation spirit treasure suppressing the fire vein, the power of this formation has not been fully unleashed. Although many cultivators from the sects of the North Sea have lost, that is because the true great masters have not been attracted by Scarlet Mist Island. If we can set it up calmly, its power will increase by another 40 to 50%. At that time, even if you want to enter the formation as you please, you will have to pay a price. Although Lu Ping knew that the formation had not fully unleashed its power, he was still a little shocked when he heard Black Fox's words. He said, "It can increase by half." That much? Black Fox smiled proudly and said, "Of course, but it is not easy to completely set up this formation. Not only do we need a lot of precious tools to set up the formation, we also need the help of a mind seeker who is familiar with the direction of the fire vein. In order to prevent the cultivators of the various sects from discovering any clues, we also need a great master to help us repair the formation in the formation." Lu Ping laughed and said, "Then it can only be me. As for the mind seeker, we can only find Shenwei, but he should be on Scarlet Mist Island now." Scarlet Mist Island contained a lot of mines of various fire attribute spiritual materials, and Junling occupied almost half of the entire Scarlet Mist Island. Nowadays, enlightened Shenwei was very busy. Enlightened Xuanwei's current position in Junling was very high, and his treatment was almost equal to that of the Dharma adepts in Junling. Actually, according to enlightened Xuanwei's standard of mindseeker, he could only be considered as a master-level mindseeker. But don't forget, not just in Junling, even in the entire North Sea, he was the only master-level mindseeker. And the barrenness of the North Sea had also raised his status as a master-level mindseeker. In addition, this fellow had benefited from Lu Ping in the past, which also made him maintain a close relationship with Lu Ping. Now that Lu Ping was like the sun in the sky in Junling, enlightened Shenwei had to use his connections to intimidate others. Whenever he talked to others, he would always talk about how Tianping Laozu and I were like this and that, or how I was like this and that with the water sword deity. With just a few words, before he even made a move to look for ores, many people had already started to worship him. Enlightened Shenwei was not a person who was arrogant. Although he did not use Lu Ping's name to be domineering, he could be considered to be swaggering in Junling. However, at least he was really capable. Hence, most of the time, people would give face to Lu Ping and compliment him, which made this fellow even more proud. Now that Lu Ping had summoned him, enlightened Shenwei naturally did not say anything. He put down the shop assistant that was searching for a high-grade spiritual material mine and ran over. In front of Lu Ping, enlightened Shenwei was like a teacher. He was very clear that everything he had today was due to this junior in front of him. However, when he heard that Lu Ping wanted to bring him into the burning hellish formation, this master-level mindseeker's face turned pale and he was terrified on the spot. "What? Enter that crematorium? No, I'm not going. Ayo, Junior Lu, Lord Laozu, how can I enter that place? Do you know that half a month ago, there was a foreign Dharma adept who avoided the Gilt Sword sect's defense and sneaked into the formation. Until now, there has been no news at all. A Dharma adept who goes in will not be able to return. I'm just a core forging sage, won't I be courting death if I go in? No, I'm not going." Lu Ping said impatiently, "What crematorium? I won't die. I've already entered that formation once. With me protecting the two of you, this burning hellish formation will not hurt you at all." Perfected Shenwei was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Black Fox and asked suspiciously, "You're not joking? You're even going to bring your lover in?" Lu Ping had even brought his lover in. It was obvious that he was very clear about the power of this formation. Naturally, he was very confident. Perfected Shenwei immediately patted his chest and said, "I've said it before. Junior Lu, you must be very confident. Don't worry. This time, I'll be willing to risk my life to follow you even if I have to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames." Black Fox chuckled. Lu Ping was very clear about his mischievous temper. Hence, he stared at him and said unhappily, "I've taken care of the sect and taken great care of you for almost 100 years. You've made great achievements in searching for ores in these years. You're also very slippery. Every time you find a good ore, you'll be able to reap some benefits. Why is your cultivation only at the 8th stage of the core forging realm? And you've just broken through?" Perfected Xuanwei's smile disappeared when he heard this. However, he still said casually, "It's not because of that material. It's just a waste of cultivation resources. It's better to save up a fortune for the future generations." Lu Ping frowned when he heard this. He said, "What grade of spirit item will I be able to smelt?" After a cultivator reached the late stage of the core forging realm, they could roughly estimate their own potential through their own cultivation. From there, they could estimate the spirit items they needed. Naturally, they would be able to roughly understand what grade of gold core they would achieve. Perfected Shenwei laughed indifferently and said, "I reckon that I'll at most smelt a high-grade earth-rank spirit item. I'm afraid it'll be a 5th grade at most. It'll be good enough if I can achieve a 6th grade gold core. In any case, I won't be able to condense my Dharma idol. Why would I waste the cultivation resources of the sect?" Lu Ping slapped his palm on Perfected Xuanwei's shoulder. Perfected Shenwei felt that his entire body was suddenly controlled by Lu Ping. At the same time, Lu Ping's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp light that almost pierced through the space in his heart. After a moment, Lu Ping released his palm and said, "Your cultivation is indeed a mess." Perfected Shenwei smiled bitterly. However, he heard Lu Ping say, "But it's not that there's no chance for you to advance to the Dharma idol stage. However, you'll have to take a shortcut. If you forcefully advance, you won't be able to advance any further." Chapter 1400. When Lu Ping returned to the flaming hellish formation once again, he was shocked. This was because the power of the formation had increased by quite a bit compared to when he had battled Yang Zhouxiao. Black Fox guessed that the reason was because the remnants of Yang Zhouxiao's Dharma had completely melted into the sea of fire after his death. Fortunately, Lu Ping's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds after his battle with Yang Zhouxiao. 3 years was enough for Lu Ping to heal, recover, and break through bottlenecks. Especially after he completely refined the small bottle of WM's essence blood, Lu Ping could clearly sense how much his cultivation and strength had improved over the past 3 years. Perfecting the formation within the flaming hellish formation was not an easy task to complete in a short period of time. Moreover, as the formation was perfected, its power also rose steadily. If it was not for the fact that the formation was not controlled, it would be extremely difficult for Lu Ping to freely enter and exit it by himself, let alone bringing Black Fox and Xian Wei along. However, as the array formation was perfected, although its power was greatly enhanced, it also allowed the Sky Fox to control a small part of the array formation's operation. Although this little bit of control wasn't enough for the Sky Fox to completely control the flaming hell array formation, it was enough for the Sky Fox to open up a few relatively safe footholds in the array formation with Lu Ping's help. In the process of opening up these few safe footholds, Lu Ping had already easily grabbed 5 fire seeds from within the sea of fire. 2 of them were natural flames, while the remaining 3 were spiritual flames of heaven and earth. One of them was even a low-grade heaven spiritual flame of heaven and earth. This greatly surprised spiritual master Xian Wei. Other than that, there were also many rare treasures scattered around the grand formation of the flaming hellish sky inferno. These were all rare spiritual materials in the world, and some could even be used to directly increase the quality of spiritual treasures. Just imagine, how could the quality of these spiritual materials be low if they were able to remain intact under the grand formation of the flaming hellish sky inferno? This fire vein is not simple. I never thought that there would be so many spiritual flames of heaven and earth inside it. If you destroy this fire vein now, I'm afraid that the entire Scarlet Mist Island will once again welcome the scene of Scarlet Mist Island rising from the bottom of the sea and filling the sky with spiritual flames. Lu Ping said disdainfully, "How can killing the goose that lays the golden eggs be compared to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? Moreover, we should not let the fertile water flow into our own fields." I opened up these footholds in this formation so that I can enter the formation at any time to collect fire seeds. The Pill Pavilion and the Equipment Refining Hall are also quarreling, so I might as well open up a few safe footholds in this formation space. At that time, it will depend on the abilities of the Pill Pavilion and the Equipment Refining Hall to make use of this sea of fire. This time, the reason why the Black Fox took the risk to enter the heaven-burning hellish grand formation to perfect the formation, other than the fact that Lu Ping had asked Junling to develop the cultivation resources in the heaven-burning hellish grand formation by himself, Lu Ping returned to Tianling Mountain after opening up a few safe footholds in the formation. Because of the sudden change in Scarlet Mist Island, the departure date of the treasure ship that Junling had originally planned had been pushed back by 3 years. Now that Junling had consolidated the territory of Scarlet Mist Island, and the Heavenly Profound sect had repeatedly sent people to urge them, the departure of the treasure ship was imminent. When Lu Ping returned to Tianling Mountain, his eldest disciple, Wang Xuanqi, who had rushed over after hearing the news, was already waiting there. Lu Ping asked as he walked, "Have you found out about the matter regarding you, Shenwei? Who is in charge of the distribution of the sect's cultivation resources now?" Wang Xuanqi said respectfully, reporting to Master, "It's Granduncle Heavenly Technique." "It's him." Lu Ping frowned and asked, "Isn't he mainly in charge of the Middle Earth's Yingtian courtyard?" Wang Xuanqi answered, "The matters of Middle Earth have always been handled by Master Qi Tianzai." Lu Ping was very displeased and said, "The sect has said that the Yingtian courtyard is very important. In order to prevent the cultivation world of Middle Earth from finding out, the person in charge of the Yingtian courtyard changes every 10 years. Sister Qi Tianzai has been in the Yingtian courtyard for at least 30 to 50 years. Wang Xuanqi did not say anything, so Lu Ping asked again, "Did the sect say anything about this?" "In these years, there have been Dharma adepts from the sect who have gone to Middle Earth, but Master Tian Cai has been managing the Yingtian courtyard well and has contributed many outstanding blood condensation disciples to the sect." Lu Ping laughed coldly and waved his hand to dismiss Wang Xuanqi. He then walked towards the Heaven Spirit Palace alone. Inside the Heaven Spirit Palace, under the leadership of the sect leader Liu Tianling, Junling's group of Dharma adepts gathered together to discuss matters regarding the departure of the treasured ship. Actually, Junling had already planned for this matter for a long time, and the general details had already been planned for a long time. All that was left was to supplement the details, as well as the matters regarding Junling's stay in the North Sea after the treasured ship set sail. Celestial phenomenon Laozu saw Lu Ping enter and asked with a smile, "Are you going to Middle Earth or staying in the North Sea?" Lu Ping replied without thinking, "For many years, this disciple has never appeared in public in the North Sea. Even the matter of Yang Zhouxiao's death has been speculated by the outside world, and there is a lack of understanding of the real situation. It is better for disciple to keep a low profile and see who will jump out this time." Celestial phenomenon Laozu smiled and nodded. "That's good. The old man also has the same intention. The departure of the treasured ship looks grand, but there are actually many undercurrents surging. These years, our sect has become more and more powerful in the North Sea, and there are probably many people secretly waiting for an opportunity to get angry. After the treasured ship sets sail, our sect will definitely split up, and that will be the best time for the sects in the North Sea to make trouble." At this time, Liu Tianling said, "After the incident with Yang Zhouxiao, although there are many speculations about you in the North Sea, you have never appeared in public in the North Sea all these years. Why don't we spread the news that you will go to Middle Earth with the ship this time?" Lu Ping said respectfully, "I will listen to Master's arrangement." Jiang Tianlin said with a smile, "In that case, the treasured ship will need a few more helpers." Celestial phenomenon Laozu said casually, "Senior brother Jiang, you can control the treasured ship and fight against Pure Yang on the sea. How many people can do anything to you?" Jiang Tianlin said seriously, "The so-called fight against Pure Yang is just a misconception. If we really encounter pure yang, the treasured ship can only defend at sea. The so-called resistance is just passively taking a beating. If we really fight against them for a long time, the treasured ship will definitely lose. If you don't believe me, you can ask Marshal Nephew Lu. At the very least, if the old man controls the treasured ship, there is no guarantee that we can escape from him. Everyone looked at Lu Ping, and Lu Ping rubbed his chin and said with a smile, "There are strong and weak pure yang too. What Marshal Uncle is talking about is people who have achieved pure yang for hundreds of years in the various holy lands. If it is a new pure yang cultivator like Yang Zhouxiao, or an independent pure yang cultivator like Senior Lin Yu who was lucky enough to advance, no one will be able to do anything to the treasured ship. However, there is no one in the cultivation world who will offend our sect for no reason. Don't forget that the situation in the cultivation world is not much better now. Even if there are forces who are hostile to our sect, I'm afraid they are powerless." Lu Ping's words were now even more authoritative than Jiang Qianlin's, especially after Lu Ping had killed Yang Zhouxiao. Although this incident had not spread, it had caused a huge reaction among the Dharma adepts in Zhenling, causing Lu Ping's reputation in Zhenling to reach new heights. With Lu Ping's assurance, everyone felt much more at ease. However, they heard Lu Ping speak again. "Although there will not be any major forces who will attack for no reason, we still have to be careful. In my opinion, this time, we should let Marshal Uncles Tianfeng, Tianshan, Tian Cheng, and Tian Shu go together. The first three were fine, as they were all mid-Dharma adepts after all. However, Tian Shu just had to be among them, and that was a little strange." My Tianqin objected. "Didn't we agree to let Tian Yuan tag along to gain some experience? Moreover, Tian Yuan is a mid-Dharma adept. At the very least, he is more suitable than brother Tian Shu." Tian Shu Laozu's face darkened as well. "The old man's abilities are too low. I won't join in the fun." Unexpectedly, Lu Ping argued, "Brother Tian Yuan has been training in Central Plains for many years. He is even one of the more famous adepts of the third generation. He already has the ability to take charge of things on his own. In my opinion, it is better for him to take charge of the Yingtian courtyard. Sister Tian Cai has been in charge of the courtyard for 40 to 50 years, and it is not appropriate for her to stay in Central Plains any longer. Moreover, I heard that Sister Tian Cai has also reached the peak of the early Dharma stage. It is better for her to return to the North Sea to prepare for her first lightning trial. Based on Sister Tian Cai's contributions over the past few years, she can go into seclusion in the North Sea to train for the first time. Although the rest of the early Dharma adepts knew of this secret place, they did not know that it was the famous Fei Ling Island." My Tianqin's face darkened. "Nonsense. According to what you said, there will be no one in charge of a few important positions in our sect. How are these people going to make up for it?" Lu Ping was unmoved. He said directly, "Uncle Tian Shu's position can be handed over to Sister Li Tianru. Sister Li Tianru has been working by the sect leader's side for a long time. If she can take over this position, it will be easier for the sect leader to command the sect's training resources." Tian Shu was instantly enraged. "Are you saying that the old man is not qualified for this position and is obstructing the sect leader's allocation of training resources?" Since Tian Shu had made things clear, Lu Ping naturally would not hide anything. Instead, he said seriously, "May I ask, Uncle Tian Shu, our sect's disciple, Shenwei, is the only mind seeker in our sect. I have instructed the sect to give more training resources to him. Why has this person not received any help?" Tian Shu Laozu laughed mockingly. "The mind seeker who used your name to swindle people? The old man admits that this person has some skills. However, this person's training potential is low. Even if he gave his all, he would at most be a 5th grade golden core. He does not even have the qualifications to take the shortcut to condense Dharma power. He is just wasting the sect's training resources." Lu Ping laughed coldly. "First, since I promised him that he has the qualifications, then he has the qualifications. Uncle Tian Shu, what right do you have to question me? Second, since Uncle Tian Shu said that he does not have the qualifications, why is it that according to what I know, the training resources that the sect has allocated to Xianwei are still accepted. Tian Shu Laozu's face immediately turned red. He did not expect Lu Ping to be so domineering in front of so many first and second generation disciples of the Heaven Spirit Hall. He did not care about his or anyone else's face at all. He did not expect Lu Ping to actually have evidence of his corruption. Tian Shu Laozu could only retort, of course, the training resources should be allocated to the cultivators who need it the most and are most likely to advance to the Dharma stage. Lu Ping said mockingly, "Don't tell me that the cultivators who are most likely to advance to the Dharma stage are your disciples, Uncle Tian Shu?" Tian Shu Laozu was instantly angered. "You, Lu Tianping, you are slandering me. Enough. All of you, shut up." Chapter 1401. The argument between Lu Ping and Tian Shu Laozu seemed to be out of the expectations of many of the Dharma adepts in Zhenling. For a moment, many people's eyes flashed, but they all hid their true thoughts and let the two of them argue in the Heaven Spirit Hall. Some of the more observant practitioners noticed that Laozu, Tian Xiong, and Jiang Tianlin, who were the true leaders of Zhenling, had their eyes closed as they argued. It was as if what was happening in the Heaven Spirit Hall had nothing to do with them. Liu Tianling also sat in the seat of honor without any expression on his face. However, it was clear that Liu Tianling was listening very closely to the argument between the two. Finally, when the argument between the two became more and more intense, Lu Ping accused Tian Shu Laozu of taking advantage of the fact that he was in charge of allocating the resources of the sect to embezzle other people's possessions. Liu Tianling finally spoke up to interrupt the two. "Enough, both of you shut up." Lu Ping immediately bowed to the sect leader and kept his mouth shut. Tian Shu Laozu was still angry. Today, Lu Ping had publicly criticized him in the Heaven Spirit Hall, which was equivalent to tearing off all the skin on his face. Even though the sect leader had spoken up to stop the two, Tian Shu still opened his mouth to scold, "Disgraceful. Insubordination." However, Tian Shu Laozu immediately realized that it was disrespectful to speak up after the sect leader had spoken up, so he added, "Sect leader, please decide." Liu Tianling nodded slightly, not taking Tian Shu's disrespect to heart. Instead, his face darkened and he scolded Lu Ping, "This is the Heaven Spirit Hall, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Hurry up and apologize to your uncle Tian Shu." The feud between Lu Ping and Tian Shu Laozu had been going on for a long time. The two of them had fought many times, but Tian Shu Laozu had never gained much of an advantage from Lu Ping. Instead, as Lu Ping's cultivation grew, Lu Ping continued to make things difficult for him. Now that Lu Ping's strength had skyrocketed, he was already one of the most powerful people in Zhenling. He could even use the word order to directly criticize Tian Shu Laozu for his mistakes. He could even openly look down on Tian Shu Laozu and say that Tian Shu Laozu did not have the right to discuss certain things in front of him. Although Lu Ping had been on the side of reason from the beginning to the end, such an overbearing attitude still made many of the second-generation cultivators in Zhenling feel uncomfortable. Even the other third-generation Dharma adepts were a little surprised by Lu Ping's forcefulness. However, after Liu Tianling scolded him, Lu Ping expressionlessly cupped his hands in the direction of Tian Shu Laozu and said emotionlessly, "This disciple was rash, please forgive me, Uncle Tian Shu." Tian Shu Laozu snorted coldly and did not say anything. Both sides were being perfunctory, but at the end of the day, they were just going through the motions. Many of the cultivators secretly let out a sigh of relief. This was the moment when Zhenling was about to take its last step. If the two of them really went against each other in Sky Spirit Hall, with Lu Ping's position in Zhenling and the people behind Tian Shu Laozu, the two of them would probably fight it out and Zhenling would suffer greatly. Liu Tianling saw that Lu Ping had apologized, but he did not care whether Tian Shu Laozu accepted it or not. He said directly, "Although Tian Yu has been working by my side all these years, if she wants to be independent, she still needs more experience." The position of senior brother Tian Shu is related to the integration and use of the entire sect's training resources. It is better to choose another suitable person. Tian Shu Laozu's expression became angry, but he still sighed helplessly and did not refute. Although Liu Tianling had rejected the position for his disciple, it also confirmed the fact that Tian Shu Laozu was going to give up the position. Tian Shu Laozu was very unwilling, but he knew that the sect master had already said it. Moreover, he had already been caught, so he had to give up the position no matter what. Not to mention that Liu Tianling had also not allowed his disciple to take the position, so although Tian Shu Laozu was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. However, this position was very important, and it needed a capable person to control it. Tianshan Laozu was the most honest person, and seeing that everyone was silent, he could not help but ask, then who should take this position? Tian Shu Laozu looked at Tianshan Laozu with dissatisfaction. It was just that Tianshan Laozu's position in Zhenling was higher than Tian Shu Laozu's, and his prestige was much higher than Tianshan Laozu's, so Tian Shu Laozu could not do anything to him. Liang Tianfeng looked at Tian Shu Laozu, sighed secretly, and said, then let Tian Cai come back from Middle-earth. Tian Cai has been in Middle-earth for too long, so it is against the rules. However, Tian Cai is independent in Middle-earth, and she has enough experience. I think it is reasonable for her to take over junior brother Tian Shu's position. Hearing this, my Tianqin also said, disciple Tian Cai is now at the peak of the early Dharma stage, so it is good for her to return to the sect. She can train quietly for a few years, and under the protection of the sect, it will be much safer for her to summon her first thunder trial. Seeing this, Liu Tianling also nodded and decided on this matter. He said, then it is decided. However, the Yingtian courtyard is related to our future plans in Middle-earth, so we still need a stable Dharma adept to continue to hold the fort. Also, is there a need to increase the strength of the Yingtian courtyard? My Tianqin opened her mouth and said, how about sending senior brother Tian Chang? As for adding another person, I don't think there is a need. The sects in the Yingtian mountains are not very powerful, and if there is an additional Dharma adept in the courtyard, it will raise suspicion. Hearing this, Lu Ping shook his head and retorted, the situation in the Hebei cultivation world has been complicated these few years. The Wuling sect has been plotting to become a large sect all these years, and they have close ties with the Taishan sect, the Liuyun sect, the Hutu sect, and other large sects of Middle-earth. They intend to dominate the Hebei cultivation world, so I think it is better to add another Dharma adept. Hearing this, Liu Tianling also had the support of Lu Ping's intelligence, so he naturally had a sufficient understanding of what was happening in the Hebei cultivation world. Hearing this, he also said, junior brother Tian Chang has always been independent in our sect, so it is naturally enough for him to hold the fort in the Yingshan courtyard. However, what Tianping said is also correct. Now that the situation in Middle-earth is treacherous, it is better to be careful. Junior brother Tian Chang should have someone by his side as his assistant to increase the strength of the courtyard. Hearing this, Lu Ping immediately said, sect leader master, what about senior sister Tian Hui? Hearing this, Liu Tianling was stunned. He did not expect Lu Ping to bring up this person, but then he heard Lu Ping say, before senior sister Tian Cai, senior brother Tian Tian had held the fort for many years and was an elder of the courtyard. He had quite a lot of prestige. Now that senior brother Tian Tian has fallen, senior sister Tian Hui is the most suitable person to replace him. Mai Tianqin, who was sitting opposite, glared at Lu Ping, but Tian Hui was her eldest disciple after all, so naturally, she did not refute. As the confrontation between the various cultivators came to an end, the game between them finally reached a balance again. The only one who seemed to be at a disadvantage was Tian Shu Laozu, but who told him to have his weakness in the hands of others? In the face of Lu Ping's strength, Tian Shu Laozu could only accept his fate. However, this confrontation still shocked everyone in Zhenling. In the past, Lu Ping's high status in Zhenling was due to his unparalleled cultivation strength and the contributions he had made to Zhenling over the years. However, Lu Ping had rarely displayed his strength in front of the cultivators of the same sect. Only now did people realize that this third-generation disciple actually had such power in Zhenling. When he opened his mouth to speak, Tian Xiong Laozu and Jiang Tianlin, the two great cultivators, actually shut their mouths at the same time. Before Zhenling became the new sect master, Tian Xiong Laozu's words carried enormous weight in the sect. After Liu Tianling became the sect master, Tianxiong Laozu rarely interfered with the matters of the sect in order to maintain his authority as the sect master. However, when Liu Tianling spoke during the sect meeting, Tianxiong Laozu would shut his mouth. Of course, when Tianxiong Laozu occasionally spoke, Liu Tianling would naturally respect his opinion. After Jiang Tianlin became a great cultivator, when he spoke during the sect meeting, Tianxiong Laozu did not refute him even once. Liu Tianling would also pass his opinion to the rest of the sect as the sect master's decree. Jiang Tianlin also quickly understood the reason behind this. The three of them quickly formed a tacit understanding and avoided conflict with each other. They were in charge of the sect together, but they always expressed their will through Liu Tianling in the form of the sect master's decree. In fact, it was not just the three of them who understood this logic. Many of the second-generation disciples also understood the tacit understanding between the three of them. Now that Lu Ping had become a great cultivator, he also expressed his will during the sect meeting. When Tianxiong Laozu and Jiang Tianlin heard Lu Ping's words, they both remained silent. In fact, they were acknowledging to the many Dharma adepts that Lu Ping also had the right to control the sect and be on equal footing with them. This was also why when Lu Ping, as a third-generation cultivator, criticized Tianxiong Laozu, no one in the entire Heaven Spirit Hall said anything to stop the quarrel between the two sides. However, Liu Tianling was Lu Ping's teacher after all. If it was Tianxiong Laozu or Jiang Tianlin, they might not refute Lu Ping's will, but Liu Tianling reprimanded his own disciple. Therefore, this formed another strange phenomenon. Although the two great cultivators admitted that Lu Ping had the same position as them in the sect, they had no choice but to lower their heads in front of the sect master. Previously, although Tianxiong Laozu, Jiang Tianlin, and Liu Tianling had a tacit understanding of each other and were in charge of the sect together, the two great cultivators only obeyed the sect master's authority out of politeness. In reality, it was a situation where they restrained and monitored each other. However, because of Lu Ping, this situation had changed dramatically. The direct result of this was that the sect master Liu Tianling's authority in the sect had increased greatly. The Heaven Spirit Hall was a meeting that only Dharma adepts of Zhenling could participate in. It was a meeting that concerned the future of the sect, and it had always been a secret of the sect that could not be leaked. However, this time, the conflict between Lu Ping and Tianxiong Laozu in the Heaven Spirit Hall had spread out for some reason. Although everyone in Zhenling knew the severity of the matter and would not spread it out, there was still a lot of discussion. Although most of the cultivators in Zhenling agreed with Lu Ping's criticism, there were also many who felt that Lu Ping was too overbearing as a third-generation disciple. However, no matter which opinion it was, Tianxiong Laozu's prestige in Zhenling was once again weakened. What happened in the sect naturally reached the ears of the sect master Liu Tianling very quickly. Liu Tianling was instantly enraged. What happened in the Heaven Spirit Hall had actually been leaked. This was a huge matter that concerned the future of the sect, and someone actually dared to leak it. Within a day, Liu Tianling issued a series of orders to thoroughly investigate the leak of the Heaven Spirit Hall's meeting. Many disciples of the sect were punished and sent to Frost Island to mine in the mines. It was rumored that a few early Dharma adepts of the third generation were also ordered to reflect on their mistakes. Everyone in Zhenling immediately fell silent. No one mentioned anything about Lu Ping and Tianxiong again. However, since this matter had already been leaked out from the Heaven Spirit Hall, even if everyone in Zhenling had stopped discussing it, there were still many different people and forces who had spread the news through different channels. Chapter 1402. Liang Jianfei's rise to fame was during the battle at the Nine Mysteries Tower. He had caught up from behind and entered the seventh patriarch's altar. After that, he had an opportunity and returned to Skyrend to train in seclusion for a few years before successfully advancing to the late Dharma stage. Liang Jianfei had always thought that he had been underestimated. He had always been training with his uncle master Xiao Baiyu and had never made a name for himself in the world of cultivation. He had only joined the battle at the Nine Mysteries Tower halfway through, but he had surpassed most of the so-called third-generation elites in the world of cultivation and entered the 12th position. In Liang Zhenfei's opinion, if he had joined from the beginning, he would not have lost to Lu Tianping even if he had entered the top 3, much less the top 5. Liang Zhenfei had confidently asked his uncle master Xiao Baiyu about this. However, the answer he got from Xiao Baiyu was a huge blow to his confidence. Only when you defeat the 6 heirs of the Ziyang Palace will you be qualified to challenge Lu Tianping. It was fine that he was not a match for Lu Tianping. After all, Liang Zhenfei was somewhat mentally prepared. However, to say that he was not even as good as the 6 heirs of the Ziyang Palace, how could Liang Zhenfei be convinced? Was the gap between him and Lu Tianping really that big? Not long ago, an even more shocking piece of news came from the Fire Phoenix tribe. The Fire Phoenix tribe leader, the pure young cultivator Yang Zhouxiao, had died in the North Sea, and it was very likely that he had died at the hands of Lu Tianping. Although this news spread far and wide in the world of cultivation, most people did not believe it. This was because it was only a guess, and there were no other witnesses. However, if this was true, then Lu Tianping would be the second great cultivator, after Xiao Baiyu, to kill a pure young cultivator. This was also the reason why the news spread far and wide. Firstly, Lu Tianping had established an unshakable position as the first of the 3 generations of cultivators in the world of cultivation, making him the most likely person to accomplish this feat. Secondly, naturally, there were people secretly adding fuel to the fire. As for what their intentions were, it was hard to guess. However, Liang Zhenfei knew how his uncle master had killed LV Taiqing in Ziyang Palace. If Lu Tianping had really succeeded in killing Yang Zhouxiao in a head-on confrontation, then didn't that mean that Lu Tianping's strength was extremely likely to be above his uncle master's? This time, Zhenling's treasured ship had set sail and invited many sects from outside the Central Plains to attend the ceremony. Skyrend had also received an invitation from Zhenling, so Liang Zhenfei asked for this errand from his sect and made a special trip to the North Sea, hoping to meet Lu Tianping. However, even Liang Zhenfei himself did not understand what he was thinking. However, he did not hide the fact that he had come to the North Sea from Xiao Baiyu, and Xiao Baiyu did not stop him from coming. In Zhenling's huge harbor at the foot of Qianling Mountain, a huge treasured ship had already been prepared. Among the cultivators from the various sects in the North Sea, as well as the cultivators from various sects and forces of various sizes, came the most. There were also cultivators from the East Sea's Carefree Pavilion, Skyrend, and the Crystal Palace. In the Central Plains, in addition to the Heavenly Profound sect and Heavenly Moon sect, there were also cultivators from the Ziyang Palace, the 9 Profound Tower, and the Spirit Beast sect. However, there was an interesting phenomenon. The cultivators sent by these sects to attend the ceremony were all the most important direct disciples of the 3rd generation. Under the guidance of a Zhenling disciple, Liang Zhenfei went to the viewing platform specially set up for Skyrend. Standing on the viewing platform, Liang Zhenfei could clearly see the huge treasured ship in the harbor, as well as the cultivators from various sects and forces of various sizes who came to attend the ceremony, as well as the disciples of Zhenling. After leading Liang Zhenfei to the viewing platform, the mid-stage core forging cultivator from Zhenling was about to bow and leave. Seeing this, Liang Zhenfei asked, "Are you a 3rd-generation disciple of Zhenling?" The cultivator before him calmly bowed and said, "Junior is a 4th-generation disciple of our sect." 4th-generation disciple? Liang Zhenfei was somewhat disappointed at first, but then, a moderate amount of surprise appeared on his face. A 4th-generation disciple already has a mid-stage core forging cultivation base. It can be seen that your sect's nurturing of the younger generation is quite good. With your cultivation base, I believe you can be regarded as one of the best in your sect, right? The disciple's expression was calm. Hearing this, he said, "Senior is too kind. Junior's cultivation base is only above average among the cultivators of the same generation. The true direct disciples of our sect are already at the late-stage core forging cultivation base." Late-stage core forging cultivation base. Liang Zhenfei was shocked. He thought to himself that Zhenling's nurturing of the younger generation had already reached such a level. Even Skyrend, the current leader of the 4th-generation disciples, had only just crossed the threshold of the late-stage core forging cultivation base. Who would have thought that a fourth-generation disciple of Zhenling would actually be able to keep pace with Skyrend? Originally, Liang Jianfei thought that the main reason Zhenling was able to become a large sect was because the sect's main resources were probably used to nurture the second and third generation of Dharma adepts. This would inevitably cause a gap in the training of the fourth and fifth generation disciples. This was also an inevitable bottleneck that many sects would encounter when raising their sect's strength and qualifications for promotion. Previously, Xiao Yarrow Pavilion had been secretly accumulating power in the East Sea for many years, and with the full support of the Tianyu sect, after successfully establishing their sect, they had fallen behind other large sects in terms of the training of the third and fourth generation disciples. However, the current situation seemed to indicate that Zhenling's nurturing of the younger generation was not affected. Liang Jianfei looked at the huge viewing platform on the shore of the harbor. From time to time, Zhenling disciples of the core forging stage would lead the cultivators of the various sects to their seats. He could not help but ask, today, the disciples leading the various sects to the viewing platform are all fourth-generation disciples of your sect? The friar nodded and said, that's right. Only then did Liang Jianfei say with a hint of emotion, your sect is indeed worthy of being a large sect. Immediately after, Liang Jianfei thought of something and asked casually, which sect does this minor repairs belong to in Zhenling? What's his name? The friar replied, this junior is a registered disciple of the Tingdao mansion, Zheng Xuanwu. A look of disappointment appeared on Liang Jianfei's face. Oh, just a registered disciple. The friar smiled. Seeing that Liang Jianfei's attention was on the cultivators of the various sects who had come to attend the ceremony, he turned around and left quietly. After a while, another Zhenling cultivator walked past Liang Jianfei's viewing platform. When Liang Jianfei saw that one of them was a late-stage core forging stage cultivator, his eyes lit up and he called out to the cultivator. The cultivator bowed and asked, what can I do for you, senior? Liang Jianfei said, I would like to visit your sect's water sword celestial, Sir Lu Tianping. Please inform him of my arrival. The cultivator looked at Liang Jianfei and asked curiously, since senior wants to see Martial Uncle Lu, why didn't you ask junior apprentice brother Zheng earlier? Liang Jianfei was stunned and said, junior apprentice brother Zheng? He said he was from the Tingdao mansion. The Zhenling cultivator smiled and said, the abode that Martial Uncle Lu opened is the Tingdao mansion. I, the Zhenling cultivator, have always called the abode that master opened. Liang Jianfei suddenly understood and quickly asked, then how should I visit Sir Lu Tianping of your sect? The cultivator shook his head and smiled. These days, many cultivators from various sects who came to attend the ceremony have tried to visit Martial Uncle Lu. However, he has always been in seclusion. Other than a few of his best friends who came to support him, he has never come out. Liang Jianfei asked curiously, oh? Could it be that the water sword celestial is not on the same ship as your sect this time? The cultivator shook his head and pointed at the ship that was about to set sail in the harbor. He said, everyone on the ship, Laozu is already on the deck. Liang Jianfei looked in the direction that the cultivator was pointing. On the ship, there were 4 mid-Dharma adepts, Tianfeng, Tianshan, Tiancheng, and Tianyuan, and 7 early Dharma adepts, Tianshu, Zhongjian, Ma Yu, Tianfeng, Tianxian, Tianhuan, and Tianpeng. Other than these 12 Dharma adepts, the Tianxian sect and the Tianyu sect each had a second-generation disciple who was at the mid-Dharma stage on the ship. This was also the custom for overseas ships to travel to Central Plains. This was because the establishment of the ultra-long-distance teleporter would also mean the success of the alliance between the two sects. It was a mutually beneficial move for both sects, so the risk of the voyage naturally could not be borne by Zhenling alone. The 2 mid-Dharma adepts on the ship were also to give Zhenling an additional layer of protection for this trip to Central Plains. This was also because the lineup that Zhenling had brought on this trip to Central Plains was strong enough. The scale of 12 Dharma adepts was enough to ensure the safety of this trip. One had to know that when the Xiao Yarrow Pavilion's ship went to Central Plains, there were only 10 Dharma adepts on board. 6 of them were Dharma adepts from the Xiao Yarrow Pavilion, while the remaining 4 were specially sent by the Tianyu sect to ensure the success of this trip. The lineup of 14 Dharma adepts on Zhenling's ship, along with the Tianxian sect and the Tianyu sect, clearly shocked the various sects' cultivators who had come to watch the ceremony. However, what was even more shocking was that because they had to guard the sect, Zhenling naturally could not station most of the Dharma adepts on the ship. This meant that other than the 12 adepts on the ship, Zhenling now had at least another 12 Dharma adepts. A large sect with more than 20 Dharma adept. Even the older large sects in Central Plains and the East Sea probably did not have as many Dharma adept. Many of the sect's cultivators who were present began to silently count the number of Dharma adepts that Zhenling had. Other than the 12 in front of them, there were also the great adept Tian Xiong, the sect leader Liu Tianling, the water sword deity Lu Tianping, the alchemy grandmaster Mai Tianqin, Tianlu, the talisman grandmaster Tian Shui, the outer sect grand elder Xiong Lu, Yin Tianchu, who had made a name for himself in Central Plains, Yaro Tianyong, Li Tianru, Ji Tianxian, and the dying Tian Jiang. It seemed that 12 people were enough. However, everyone knew that Zhenling definitely had hidden strength, just like the third-generation cultivators Tian Xian, Tian Huan, and Tian Peng who had appeared for the first time on the treasured ship. If the treasured ship had not set out, who would have known about the existence of these 3 people? The treasured ship set out to attract cultivators from various sects to attend the ceremony was also a way to show off their strength. The purpose was to prove that their sects were qualified to be large sects. Although Zhenling did not show all of its strength, the strength that it had displayed in a half-concealed manner had a greater impact on the cultivators from various sects who came to attend the ceremony. Liang Jianfei muttered to himself. It seemed that other than the addition of 1 pure yang and 2 great adepts, there was not much difference between Zhenling and Skyrend. It must be known that Skyrend had a legacy of 20,000 years, and the legacy of a large sect was more than 15,000 years. However, when compared to a sect that had just been promoted to a large sect, there seemed to be no difference between the 3rd generation and below. Chapter 1403. The treasured ship was about to leave the port, and the attendant disciple did not want to stay on the viewing platform any longer. He wanted to cheer with the other disciples around the port. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, the great practitioner Laozu of the East Sea Skyrend next to him called out to him again. Then, with a flip of his palm, a large red gilded invitation appeared in his hand. He said, "Young friend, please pass this invitation to the water sword deity of your sect, His Excellency Lu Tianping." The attendant disciple took the invitation, a little confused. He scratched his head and said, "Senior, as a junior, I'm afraid this invitation will not reach the hands of Laozu of Tianping." Liang Jianfei smiled slightly, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He said, "Just hand it over. Other than the water sword deity and the 2 great practitioners of your sect, no one else can open this invitation." The attendant disciple did not know why Liang Jianfei wanted him to pass the invitation to him, but this disciple was not afraid of the tiger. Since Liang Jianfei said that only the 3 great practitioners of his sect could open it, he tried to open the invitation in his hand. Unexpectedly, after using all his strength, the invitation did not move at all. The attendant disciple looked at the half-smiling expression beside him and suddenly blushed. He hurriedly bowed to Liang Jianfei and left with the invitation in a hurry. The attendant disciple handed the invitation to his teacher, a late core forging 3rd-generation practitioner. The 3rd-generation practitioner took the invitation, but his face darkened. He hurriedly took his disciple to find Tiantong Laozu, who had returned from Jingzhe Island and was in charge of receiving the various sects of the East Sea. Tiantong Laozu was the youngest disciple of Tianxiang Laozu, and also the only disciple who had condensed Dharma power. Although Tiantong Laozu understood Liang Jianfei's provocation when he received the invitation, he was just an ordinary early Dharma adept. Although he secretly tried to use his inner yuan to break through the restriction of the invitation contained a sharp sword will. Not only did Tiantong Laozu fail to open the invitation, but he was also almost hurt by the sword will. Tiantong Laozu also did not have the ability to open the invitation, so he had no choice but to find Tianqin Laozu, who was in charge of receiving the invitation. Liang Jianfei saw the whole process of handing over the invitation, and a smile appeared on his face. He naturally knew the contents of the invitation, but he was still a little unconvinced that Uncle Xiao Baiyu valued Lu Tianping so much that he did not even hesitate to treat him as an equal and let him personally deliver the invitation to Lu Tianping. With Liang Jianfei's status, it was entirely possible for him to personally meet with Lu Tianping and pass the invitation to him. However, he wanted to show off his power in front of Zhenling, so he used a secret technique to seal the invitation and deliberately let a fourth-generation disciple hand it over. He knew that every Zhenling adept who held the invitation in their hands would not be able to resist and try to open the restriction. In fact, from the attendant disciple to Qiantong Laozu, all of them were helpless in front of this thin invitation. However, when the attendant disciple handed over the invitation, many cultivators who came to attend the ceremony saw the whole process. Although they did not say anything, they were waiting to see Zhenling make a fool of himself. When the invitation was in my Tianqin's hands, Qiantong Laozu said with a guilty expression, "It's not difficult to open the restriction. The key is that this invitation is only made of ordinary talisman paper. When the restriction is opened, the invitation will be destroyed. If you want to open the restriction, you need to control your cultivation base and energy to the extreme. That's what's annoying." When my Tianqin held the invitation in her hand, Qiantong Laozu already understood Qiantong Laozu's worries. She raised her head and looked in the direction of the viewing platform where Liang Jianfei was. Liang Jianfei had clearly been paying attention to the process of handing over the invitation. Seeing this, he slightly saluted my Tianqin from afar. Although the cultivators on the viewing platform seemed to be paying attention to the treasure ship, they would inadvertently glance at the invitation in my Tianqin's hand, waiting to see Zhenling make a fool of himself. My Tianqin nodded and smiled. Then, the hand holding the invitation suddenly lit up with a fiery red light. However, no one could see anything wrong with the invitation in her hand. However, if they took the invitation away from my Tianqin's hand, they would see that there was half a feather in her palm. It was the upper half of the Luan Daoist's life feather that she had previously subdued. Then, under the shocked gazes of Liang Jianfei and the cultivators from the other sects, my Tianqin's free hand casually flipped open the invitation in her right palm. My Tianqin was only a mid-Dharma adept, but she could actually open the invitation that he had used a secret technique to seal so easily. This was somewhat unbelievable to Liang Jianfei, and he could not help but feel a trace of fear towards my Tianqin, a mid-Dharma adept. Liang Jianfei saw that my Tianqin showed a trace of surprise after reading the contents of the invitation. Then, he nodded at Liang Jianfei, who had a complicated expression on his face, and the invitation in his hand turned into a stream of light and flew towards the top of Tianling Mountain. On a viewing platform on the west side of the harbor, Dongshan Laozu of the Tsunghai sect sat in the middle. Several core forging disciples stood behind him and looked at the huge treasure ship in the harbor. There was a flash of envy in Dongshan Laozu's eyes. He said to a disciple beside him, "The number of Dharma adepts on the Zhenling treasure ship is already strong enough. It seems that Lu Tianping doesn't need to follow the ship anymore." Dongshan Laozu was now a mid-Dharma adept. There was indeed a hint of inquiry in his words to the core forging disciple beside him, as if he was suppressing a layer of respect. The core forging disciple laughed coldly and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Master. Lu Tianping will definitely follow the ship." Dongshan Laozu also saw that Liang Jianfei had used the invitation to test Zhenling. He could not help but ask, "That person should be a practitioner from Skyrend, right? What does the invitation say?" The core forging disciple looked at Liang Jianfei and said, "This person is Liang Jianfei, the first direct disciple of the third generation of Skyrend. This person's swordsmanship can be said to have been taught by Xiao Baiyu. He is one of the most powerful practitioners among the third generation of practitioners." Dongshan Laozu's eyes lit up and he said, "It seems that this person does not have a good relationship with Zhenling. Can we win him over to our side? Even if he does not help, it would be good to just cause some trouble for Zhenling." The core forging disciple laughed lightly, as if he was mocking Dongshan Laozu's knowledge. However, His face was still serious as he said, "Uncle Master, don't even think about this. Xiao Baiyu and Tianxian sect's 7 fans Laozu are close friends. This Zhenling and Tianxian sect need each other now. Even if Skyrend and Zhenling cannot become allies, they will not be enemies." Dongshan Laozu did not seem to notice the contempt in the core forging disciple's tone. Instead, he said with regret, "So that's how it is. This is a bit of a pity. Zhenling's current rise is so strong. If this continues, who can stop him from unifying the North Sea? I'm afraid that even the Fei Ling sect of the past did not have Zhenling's current power." The core forging disciple's expression changed as if he had thought of something. Dongshan Laozu seemed to have said this casually. Then, he returned all his attention to the treasure ship in the harbor. He carefully observed every detail on the treasure ship. The conversation with the core forging disciple before seemed to be just a casual conversation. At this moment, a streak of light streaked across the top of Tianling Mountain and instantly landed on the deck of the treasure ship. The streak of light disappeared, and the person inside was the famous North Sea water sword immortal, Lu Tianping. The cheers of Zhenling's disciples immediately sounded from all around the harbor. Amidst the cheers, Lu Ping nodded slightly at Jiang Tianlin. Tianhuan and Tianpeng each cast a spell, and the huge sail rose high along the mast. The seawater in the harbor suddenly surged, and undercurrents formed at the bottom of the ship. As Lu Ping cast the water control art, the huge treasure ship began to slowly turn around. At this moment, Jiang Tianlin took full control of the treasure ship. He drew the power of the large spirit vein in the treasure cabin and activated the various arrays and runes on the treasure ship. White waves suddenly rose several feet high from the stern of the treasure ship. The treasure ship slowly started moving and accelerated, heading out of the harbor. Suddenly, hundreds of streaks of light of different colors appeared around the harbor, like fireworks in a festival. Countless Zhenling disciples cheered as they followed the treasure ship, surrounding the huge treasure ship as it sailed out of the harbor. When the cultivators from various sects saw the treasure ship leaving the harbor, they also stood up and joined the ranks to send the treasure ship off. However, they only went through the formalities. Naturally, they wouldn't follow the treasured ship on streaks of light like the Zhenling cultivators. After the treasure ship sailed for hundreds of miles to the west, the streaks of light of the Zhenling cultivators around the treasure ship gradually became sparse. With the help of Lu Ping, Jiang Tianlin injected the power of the spirit vein in the treasure cabin into the various arrays and restrictions of the treasure ship, maintaining the normal sailing of the treasure ship. After that, everything on the treasure ship was handed over to Liu Tianyuan and a few other third-generation Dharma adepts. Lu Ping, Jiang Tianlin, and a few other second-generation disciples returned to the treasure cabin. Tiancheng Laozu was the first to ask, "I saw that Skyren's disciple seemed to be quite provocative. Nephew Lu, what's with that invitation?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, it's quite interesting. This time, I received 2 invitations. One is from the Central Plains Sacred Land, Purple Sun Palace, and the other is from the Skybreaking Sword sect. Both invitations talk about the same thing. Ziyang Palace and Skyrend. The enmity between these 2 sects was known to almost everyone in the world of cultivation." Tianshan Laozu saw that Lu Ping made it sound so easy and could not help but ask curiously, "What is it? Could it be that the 2 sects are going to have a duel?" Lu Ping was surprised and said, "Uncle Master's guess is correct. The 2 sects are indeed going to have a duel, but these 2 invitations want me to go and watch the duel and be a witness. These 2 sects could be said to be the 2 most powerful sword sects in the world of cultivation. To be able to be a witness to the duel between these 2 sword sects was proof of how high Lu Ping's status in the world of cultivation had reached. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ping to be the only witness. However, to be able to receive invitations from 2 sects at the same time, even if it was not unique, it was still very rare. At this time, Tianshu Laozu suddenly asked, "Will there be any conflict with the sailing date of the treasure ship?" Lu Ping smiled gently and said, "Uncle Master, don't worry. It won't affect the previous plan." Tianshu Laozu nodded and said no more. It was Jiang Tianlin who asked again, Did the two sects specify the rules of the duel? Lu Ping chuckled and said with a strange expression, "It's the 3 generations of Ziyang Palace and the 6 heirs to challenge Xiao Baiyu together." Chapter 1404. The 6 heirs of the Ziyang Palace had teamed up to challenge Xiao Baiyu. Everyone was shocked by the news that Lu Ping had revealed. In the end, it was Jiang Qianlin who asked, "Nephew Lu, you have interacted with both the Ziyang Palace and Skyrend. What do you think of this battle?" Lu Ping frowned and said, "Xiao Baiyu's level of practice is high and his swordsmanship is exceptional. Although the 6 heirs of the Ziyang Palace have the advantage in numbers, their level of practice is obviously not comparable to that of the pure Yang. The key to this battle is probably how many of the 6 heirs of the Ziyang Palace can advance to the late Dharma stage." Tiancheng Laozu hurriedly asked, "Then tell me, how many of them do you think will be able to make it through the second Thunder trial?" Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know?" But during the battle at the 9 Mystical Tower, Fan Mingjie, who was ranked second, was already at the peak of the mid-Dharma stage. After coming out from the world of the altar, I think that Fan Mingjie will have no problem advancing to the late Dharma stage. Su Jin, who is ranked third, has a slightly weaker level of practice. Even after going through the baptism of the world of the altar, he will not be able to successfully make it through the second Thunder trial in a short period of time. However, Xie Tianyang, who is ranked 6th, has a high chance of making it through the second Thunder trial and advancing to the late Dharma stage. Tiancheng Laozu replied with an O and said, "If that Fan Mingjie can advance to the late Dharma stage, I think that the number 1 heirs of the Ziyang Palace will be able to become a great adept. This means that there are at least 3 late Dharma adepts among the 6 heirs of the Ziyang Palace. These 6 were able to stand out among their peers in the Ziyang Palace, so they are naturally the best of the best. If the Ziyang Palace gives them some rare treasures, it seems that they have a chance of fighting Xiao Baiyu." After a few days, Liu Tianyuan, who had always been assisting Jiang Tianlin in controlling the treasured ship, sent news from outside the treasured cabin. The treasured ship had already arrived at the edge of the Northern Sea and was about to enter the stormy ocean. Everyone in the treasure cabin stood up and left. Lu Ping closed his eyes slightly, and his powerful divine sense instantly swept through the area of 200 miles around the treasure ship with the help of the array formation on the treasure ship. Only then did he open his eyes and chuckle softly. "It seems like some clowns haven't given up yet. They will only leave after seeing the treasure ship enter the stormy ocean." Jiang Tianlin and the rest did not seem surprised, but Tianshu Laozu asked, "Are you sure?" Lu Ping sneered and said, "There's no mistaking it. The other party has been following the treasured ship all the way, but they wouldn't have thought that my divine sense can cover a radius of 200 to 300 miles with the help of the treasured ship." Tianshu Laozu heaved a sigh of relief, but Jiang Tianlin was slightly worried and asked, "Are you confident that you can escape from the stormy ocean?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "Don't worry, Martial Uncle. Since I dared to propose this plan, I naturally have confidence. The other party definitely wouldn't have thought that I would leave the treasured ship in the stormy ocean and cross it with my physical body." The green barrier was erected above the ocean, and through the barrier, one could vaguely see the surging and undulating energy behind it. It was as if the waves were surging and the wind was howling, but because of the barrier, there was no sound coming from behind it. Behind this green barrier was the stormy ocean that separated the Northern Sea from the central coast. At a certain spot on the green barrier that stretched as far as the eye could see, a huge crack had appeared. The crack was filled with terrifying spatial fluctuations, as if it could crush everything that entered the crack into pieces at any time and then devour it cleanly. This gap was the entrance to the stormy ocean from the North Sea. Behind this gap, not only was seawater flowing in reverse, there were also hurricanes that could turn a person's bones into dust, and there were also spatial fragments that could kill people at any time. If one wanted to pass through the stormy ocean, they first had to withstand the spatial fluctuations that could be found everywhere. Only then would they have to consider the various risks that existed in the stormy ocean. The existence of the treasured ship was the best choice to resist these risks. Under the watchful eyes of people, The Junling's treasured ship slowly sailed into the gap in the stormy ocean amidst a series of world-shaking noises. A series of spatial tremors came, almost tearing the world apart. The moment the treasured ship finally entered the gap, the spatial fluctuations coming from the enormous gap instantly calmed down, and all traces of the treasured ship's voyage were wiped away. In the void hundreds of kilometers away from the gap, not long after the treasured ship sailed into the stormy ocean, a few rays of light that were used to send messages cut through the void and left. Then, a few more rays of light appeared in the void and flew towards the northeast direction. On a barren island near Frost Island in the northeastern part of the North Sea, the few rays of light that had just broken through the void were caught by someone. "How is it?" A low voice rang out. "They've already entered the stormy ocean, there shouldn't be any mistake." "Will they come back?" the voice from before asked again. "Absolutely impossible. Unless Junling turns the treasured ship back, even great cultivators cannot withstand the crushing of the spatial power in the stormy ocean." The voice paused, as if to increase the confidence of the other person, then continued, "The shattered space in the stormy ocean will not be affected by protective treasures. It will directly affect the cultivator's physical body. Therefore, unless the cultivator's physical body is truly as strong as a spirit-nurturing artifact or even a spirit treasure, there might not be many people with such a strong physical body. Even pure Yang Laozu, who has survived the third lightning tribulation, can achieve such a strong physical body. Fellow Daoist Wujie, where did you learn all of this?" "About this, fellow Daoist East Pole, you don't need to ask too much. In short, there is no way that Lu Tianping and Jiang Tianlin can leave the treasured ship and survive in the stormy ocean." "Then should we act now?" "Let's wait a little longer. Frost Island is heavily guarded. Although we have a spy this time, it won't be good if our tracks are exposed. When that happens, the Blue Sea sect will most likely be blamed. Moreover, we still need to wait for Huangli Island and Xianling sect situation. Huangli Island shouldn't be a big problem. These years, Junling has become more and more powerful. The living space of the North Sea monster race has been squeezed again and again. Right now, the neutral ocean has completely become a hunting ground for North Sea cultivators. The monster race is almost at the doorstep of the deep sea monster realm. This might be the monster race's last chance to counterattack. With junior brother Dongyi's secret guidance, I believe they won't miss this opportunity. I think so, but I don't know if that Dao Sheng can take advantage of this opportunity. Dao Sheng is a sly old fox. These years, the expansion of the Crystal Palace in East Sea and the Middle Mainland has been blocked everywhere. Moreover, the East Sea monster race led by Green Sea Snake is holding them back. Their support for Xianling sect is far less than before. Moreover, the younger generation of Xianling sect is lacking, and Dao Sheng has almost become the only pillar of Xianling sect. Therefore, he won't act unless he is absolutely sure. But this time, we don't have to rely on this person. As long as we make enough noise this time, I think Dao Sheng won't be able to hold himself back. Not far from the entrance of the Ocean of Storms in the Western Sea, the seawater was suddenly dyed red with blood. Then, a man covered in blood suddenly floated up from the surface of the sea. Lu Ping fiercely wiped the seawater on his face. Ignoring the pain caused by the salty seawater seeping into the dents and bleeding wounds on his body, he had already sent out his divine thoughts to scan the surrounding sea area within a radius of 150 miles. Only when he found that no one was hiding nearby did he let out a sigh of relief. But then, the pain from his body made Lu Ping curse fiercely. "Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect the space storm in the Ocean of Storms to be so sharp. It can actually ignore all kinds of magic treasures and magical powers. I can only resist it with my body. I almost failed miserably." As he spoke, Lu Ping floated up from the seawater. The wounds on his body began to wriggle and close up. The blood that contained a huge amount of vitality instantly scabbed the wounds and fell off. His wounded body immediately recovered to its original state. The wounds on Lu Ping's body looked heart-wrenching, but in fact, they were just some flesh wounds. His muscles and bones were not injured, but his whole body looked like a bloody gourd. Casually changing his clothes, Lu Ping looked at the school of fish that had gathered in the seawater and were fighting for the blood dissolved in the seawater. He could not help but laugh and scold, "You beasts have it easy." With Lu Ping's current cultivation base and strength, his bloodline contained a huge amount of vitality and energy essence. After these fish devoured the seawater that contained his blood, they would inevitably open up the path of cultivation and become demonic beasts. Lu Ping reached out his hand and took out a copper bell about half a foot in size. The surface of the copper bell was carved with 9 lifelike images of flood dragons. From a distance, these 9 flood dragons looked as if they were alive and could swim around the copper bell. He casually knocked on the copper bell in his hand and said grumpily, "Look what you have done. You said that the quality of the 9 dragon bell could completely withstand the spatial storms of the Sea of Storm. But look at the result. If my body was not strong enough, I would have been killed by you." The 9 dragons on the copper bell immediately began to swim. However, there was always one dragon swimming while the other 8 dragons placed restrictions on the copper bell. When the one that was swimming stopped moving, another one would start swimming. It was as if they were carrying out a relay. The dragon-shaped sculpture's voice came from the mouth of one of the flood dragons on the copper bell. "How would I know that the spatial storms of the Sea of Storm would ignore all kinds of protective artifacts and directly affect your body? In fact, you had already summoned this dragon's main body back then, and there were many spatial storms acting on it. Look, your main body was not harmed at all. The 9 dragon bell can indeed withstand the spatial storms. This dragon is right." Lu Ping was too lazy to pay attention to it. He raised his head and looked towards the direction of the Eastern Sea. Lu Ping pondered for a moment and revealed a trace of a cold smile. Then, he turned into a streak of light and flew towards the Northwest Sea where Frost Island was located. On Frost Island, inside the ice palace where Zhenling resided, Mai Tianqin was sitting in front of Tian Shuelaozu. Tian Shuelaozu had been living alone on Frost Island for the past few years, so her personality had become more and more indifferent. After listening to Mai Tianqin's narration from start to finish, her expression did not change at all. She only calmly asked, "Are you confident that you can withstand it?" A rainbow feather flashed in Mai Tianqin's open palm. She smiled and said, "I can't, but as long as I can endure until junior nephew Lu returns, it will be fine." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,